Hey. Okay, final tests. How's the audio? Oh, super delayed now. Ooh, 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 ooh. When did that happen? Huh? No, please not again. Like, look. Press. Sound. Oh no. I am gonna risk the test. I mean the fix by turning off and on the capture card. But for safety, I'm gonna actually disable it first, like disconnect it. So audio might get funky because I'm gonna replace it with the microphone of the hand cam. Where are we? Because when I tested this, it did not break. And why did I put my OBS this? Why? Yeah, it's different. Like what the? Why is it here? Can't see my menu anymore. Usually I can just look around my monitor. Now I can't. Change everything. Properties. No, that randomly opened Twitch. That randomly opened a raid channel. That is not what I wish. Okay, audio. Audio should be funky now. No, it's not even funky. Okay, restart. Okay, it should come back. There it is. That's a very good sign. That is in fact the best sign. Now, are you available in the audio sources? You are. Okay, how about no? Instant. Perfect. Very good. Okay. So that fix actually works. Okay. Next tests are gonna be whether my global hotkeys work. Enable TCP server and live split. You can't see, but I can. This should actually let me switch to the runs. See. able to see. Okay, this is the run scene. It's still just a thing with the camera, but it's fine. There's the PB video. This should stop it. It does stop it. Does it also stop it if this is off? It does. Perfect. Live split. Starts. Nice. Stops. Nice. Okay. I think we are in business. I think we are absolutely in business. Heads up. Been waiting for you. No, I've made you wait. It's the truth. It's the reality of the matter. That reminds me, I have to prepare for what I'm gonna shows up in a bit. I installed basically MS Paint for Linux for the first time, and we want to be able to capture that. So add source. Oh wait, which window capture am I using again? Which one is it again? Let me check what the others are. Oh, can I even see this? It doesn't tell me what it is. It doesn't tell me its identity. Okay, then let's just try. Add source. I think it's pipe wire. No. Yes. Screen capture, pipe wire. I think that is correct. Call it MS Paint. Yes. Because surely that makes sense on Linux. And it's gonna be this. There. One second. I'm gonna make it all professional. Look. This will be so professional once we actually make it work. Now, if I had only added it to the correct scene, that would have been amazing. Let's do that. Remove it from this one. Perfect. Hey Jody, hey Jonas, double Joe join us, Jojo join us. It's the 3 Joes. Arr. Any other Joes? We have a Jew in... Sounds wrong. In YouTube. Shall we maybe jump straight into Tatanga explanation? then I have an excuse that it's going to be a little bit scuffed. Because the Tatanga fight is complex. Most people know that by now. Very short, but still weirdly complex. And hard to understand. It's also hard to understand what the practice ROM actually tells you. So I want to make a mini tutorial. I don't even want to call it tutorial, because if I do, then it takes 4 hours to make. And that is not what we want again. I'm gonna use this version of the Tatanga ROM. I think I have others. Let me actually check real quick. Let me check real quick. I don't remember if I ever actually put them on this Tatanga. I think the MK3 is the one with the B buttons, but I'm not even sure anymore. Let's try it out. Just a real quick test. Hey beast. I did not, Jonas. This one didn't even give me any end screen, so this is not the right version. Yeah, this one doesn't have the thing. Okay, that's the wrong version then. Hey, Sam. That is the wrong version. What was the other one in the folder? What's this one? This might be the very first version. Oh, you're... Why? Why are you doing that? I forgot how studio mode works in OBS. This also doesn't have the menu. So I actually forgot to put the most recent version in. Okay. Or maybe maybe I forgot to put it in the correct ordner, is the German word for folder. No, there's no Tatanga in here. Oh, have you ever seen this one? Verzeichnis. This one is Little Spider. This one is a wild ROM. Oh no. See if I can still beat it. I can't. I've lost it. Oh no, it's up! Ah! It's Flapario. Can't do it anymore. Last try, then I give up. No, it's not down again. No, I can't give up. Not like this. Oh, easy round. Definitely washed. Okay. Tatanga. Okay, this is the one that I have. The only difference to the most recent one is that this doesn't show you B presses after taking damage, which isn't too important. So let's pause the music for a second here. Okay, so very good, Beast. Right, so this is how a Tatanga fight looks, right? So let me take a screenshot of this real quick, because this is totally gonna make sense. Just want to be able to draw on it. Copy. Now get my drawing program. Oh wait, does it even have? Can I paste in this? I can. Very good. Does this window go away? One second. I got this. I'm a professional streamer. Okay. Very professional. There. Hey, laugh. Haha. This is gonna be some ace attempts. I think last stream I forgot to... Well, I forgot, maybe I wasn't even able to anymore. Because Jubalu redeemed the attempts and I didn't see it. Right, how do I draw on this? That's the one thing I haven't prepared at all. Highlighter, eraser, pencil. Ooh. So, do we have colors too? That would be great. Probably there, red. This is correct. Undo doesn't undo. Not good. Undo. That one does. Good. I haven't gotten it myself. Zap is the only one who has ever actually gotten it. So nothing new on that front. But I can share a... I can share a Lua script for BizHawk with you that at least tells you if you have the correct setup. No. There's no help. There's just suffering until somebody joins you. I actually tried it yesterday on... because I had an appointment yesterday. And I tried it on the train. That was fun to do. Fun train interaction. Okay, anyhow. So let's explain the Tatanga practice ROM before we start with Tatanga proper. So what do we have here? All of the numbers. Number on top here. This one. Aptly indicated with a right arrow is the frame counting backwards that you press right on. Pretty self-explanatory. We usually hold A from the very start. I think the moment you get control of Mario is frame number 96. This is all in reference, by the way, to a cycle that is for Tatanga's horizontal shot. Horizontal. Does it have an equal? Not yet. This is something I would have to do with plugins. I have background removal installed, but haven't tried it out yet. Okay. So that's just the reference we have here for this fight, mostly, is this timer for Tatanga ticking down. And that's going to be important for the end part where we have the cooldown column there. So we start, basically, we get control of Mario at frame 97 or 96. And in this case, I wait for 14 frames until I press right. So that is that number explained. Then we have the B10. It's the same counter, so we travel up diagonally towards Tatanga for 72 frames. And then I start shooting. That is my first B press, the B10. Only the first one is signified. If you shoot on your way up, then that number will be like B60 or something and won't make sense, won't help you. It will make sense, but it won't help you. So those are our two start numbers. This kind of locks us into a certain trajectory towards Tatanga, which determines at which point we can start shooting him. Because the important part is, as soon as this timer reaches 0, Tatanga will shoot his horizontal shot, and that will hit us because we're on that exact trajectory. So, premise 1, we have to shoot Tatanga before that happens. Shooting Tatanga freezes him for a certain amount of time, and this time is fixed and is also dependent on this very cycle for his horizontal shot. This shot is shot at frame 10 to go until shot. It travels for 4 frames until it hits Tatanga. And this is where it gets a little bit confusing with the statistics, because the beginning column and the end column count upwards from the fight beginning. So these are a little bit confusing because the goal of these is to eventually tell you how long the fight took. That's the premise of these, but it can be a little bit confusing if you have these two numbers, the right and B presses as well. So these ones we shouldn't really look at right now. We can later. They're the least important ones. Let's focus on the cooldown column on the very right. So this shot, I already gave it away. It traveled for 4 frames, B10, cooldown 6. So it connected with Tatanga when the timer was 6 away from him shooting the horizontal shot. And that is exactly what that means. Now, Tatanga can never reach another shot cycle for the fight to have any good outcome for us. So what we have to do is we have to keep shooting Tatanga. And not just now, oh, I shot the first one, now we wait, and now we realize we have to start meshing. No, this is usually mesh from the very start. And with the angle that we have set up with the 82 right and B10 in this example, that's what we have to deal with. Tatanga stays stunned for the amount of time that he had left until the shot would have come out. So if we start shooting Tatanga very early, for example, if we shoot on B16 or something, B16 is probably not even going to reach him, but B14, the shot will probably still travel about 4 frames, maybe 5 in that case. And Tatanga will be stunned for +4 for 10 or 11 frames. Which means for those 10 frames that would be in the cooldown column, we would not be able to shoot him. And Mario keeps traveling right, so we're also like getting out of position to even do that. Since the frame window is very small, we also don't really have a realistic option to like stop in place and turn around and then continue our meshing. By that time, the turning around, that like at that point, the 10 frames have elapsed and Tatanga has probably hit us at that point. So the angle has to be right. The meshing has to be properly timed to start with, so Tatanga doesn't have too many cooldown frames. 6 here is already a little bit much for my, for my personal taste. It can work. It depends very much on your meshing speed. But what it means is that your next shot has to be inside of Tatanga's hitbox at the time he comes out of those 6 cooldown frames. In practice, that means it probably should come out at least, or at most, like 6 frames after your first shot, right? Or maybe 8. 8 also works here. It's just, it has to overlap with his. My OBS keeps losing focus and I'm losing chat. Okay, let's hope that fixes itself. But yeah, that's the gist of it. You have those 6 frames where you cannot shoot Tatanga, but within those 6 frames you have to get another shot inside of his hitbox. You can't be too fast, or the cooldown window can't be too big, because otherwise when you shoot too quickly and the shot just travels entirely through Tatanga while he's still in his cooldown, the shot will not connect, and while it is on screen, you can only mash for one other shot coming out. So that's halving your shot frequency. However, if you keep mashing fast enough and keep shots inside of Tatanga, then he will basically come out of his stun after 1 frame. So in reality, within those 6 frames, you don't just have to start the first shot, you also have to already start the other shots, so that they then all land inside of his hitbox, which can be tricky to do. You have to be fast. You can't be too fast at the very start, because then one shot travels through, reduces your meshing frequency. And that's basically the general gist. Let's just briefly explain like the rest that we see here. The beginning and end frames I mentioned, these start from the beginning of the fight. They're just a counter upwards and tell you how long the fight takes. They tell you the beginning, obviously, when you start shooting, when the shots appear on screen, so to speak, and the end portion is when they disappear. Ending means they either leave the screen to the right without hitting Tatanga, they despawn, or they hit Tatanga. That is also an ending. So the first one hits Tatanga on frame 92 from the beginning of the fight. Second one connects 5 frames later. There's something going on with this particular OBS version that I'm using now that actually makes me lose focus. Or is it just... I don't know what it is. Just keep losing focus. Well, it goes into the background. But yeah, the shots connect on frame 92, 99, so 7 frames later. Then the next one 1 frame later. And if you keep shooting Tatanga, the gap in the end column should always be 2 frames. He comes out of his stun for 1 frame. 2 actions can't happen on the same frame in this game. So the getting shot gets delayed. So he gets shot on, like he gets out of his stun frames for 1 frame, but he can't shoot on that frame because you already have a shot there. The shot takes precedence. The shot connects the next frame, so 2 frame gap each time. I'm gonna actually switch to my Tatanga controller and show you how that looks with a couple of more shots connecting. But it should mostly be clear. And then we can also see some other symbols, and then I can get to complaining, no, to explaining them. No? Not like that. Let's get a better one. I need at least 1 more shot so we can see that the gap stays 2. That's a good one to show. So here I shot too early. B12, very early, means that the shot traveled for 4 frames again. That's just the distance that I get, the way I go up, 83-ish. So he had 8 cooldown frames, but my next shot came out 4 frames after the first one. That's the line number 2. And that meant that the second shot traveled entirely through Tatanga without ever connecting. As you can also see by the end column, it despawned at frame 106. Whereas shot number 3 despawned at frame 99, 7 frames earlier, because that one hit Tatanga. But the second one traveled entirely through Tatanga and prevented us from mashing more, because only 2 shots can be on screen at the same time. So the X in the column marks shot traveling through Tatanga. Yeah, this one has 5. You can see this one looks a little bit funky because one shot, as I told you, like shots or things cannot happen on the same frame in the game. So the 4th shot actually connected before the 3rd shot. Why and how it determines the order is beyond me. Just know that as long as the shots are within the hitbox, they will add up. So that's what you can see here. So the connections are on 99, 101, 103, 105. And then Tatanga dies on 196. The S instead of the H is the stomp on the head. So 5 shots here, indicated by the H for hit, the S for stomp, the skull for Mario taking damage. If I had kept mashing, and if you have the modern version of the ROM, like if I mash after the frame 108 with the skull, then you would see some B values there as well. But again, they're not very meaningful. I am mashing on 2. I will get to like mashing strats at the end. Just gonna see if I can quickly get the best outcome. Might be a little bit too ambitious right now without warming up my fingers at all. That one was close. Let's give it 2 or 3 attempts. No real grinding intended here. It's 5 again. It's 5 again. Ah, that one was very close to actually getting it. Last one. Can't get more than 5 right now. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. You see the numbers in the delay column, that's what del stands for, is the distance, the temporal distance in time, like the gap between my shots. So shot number 1 obviously doesn't have a gap because it's the first one. The next one is 4 frames later, 4 frames later, 2 frames later, 4 frames later. That's also what you see in the second column as a second line from the top. That's the cooldown portion, not the frequency you can see in the bottom right corner, which is just the calculation between your first shot and your last shot, and hertz. If you're not physically inclined, simply means something per second. So my mashing speed on average between those 5 shots that happened was 12.3 per second. I think that's every column and everything on screen explained. We haven't mentioned the top middle, but that's obviously how many shots did I fire. Is there anything unclear so far with the explanation? Any clarification needed? Anything that you want to add, maybe? Something that I said wrong or forgot? The B value, if it ever happened. Oh, do you mean the B value in the top beast? Yeah, that is the, like from the very beginning, this Tatanga timer that ticks down and essentially at some point reaches 0. That is the frame on that countdown that I start mashing shot on. So I hit B 8 frames before Tatanga's timer reached 0. The shot traveled for 3 frames here because I started shooting later, so I was closer to Tatanga. And it hit Tatanga on 5. So the 8 and the 5 in the cooldown are related. Ideal values. So different people will tell you slightly different things here. My preferred range personally is 82 to 84. Preferably the even numbers for me, because with the speed oscillation and just how the game determines, I suppose, the trajectory, on the even numbers, the approach of Mario is a little, to go in this direction to make it line up. Like with an even number, the approach will be up and then very snappy diagonally. Whereas with an odd value, it will be a little bit rounded. It doesn't matter, really. It's just a visual thing for me that I do better. I feel more confident when I get the more snappy animation, so to speak. You can go a lot later. Just note that the later you go, the smaller the cooldown window, like the later you will arrive at Tatanga. So the initial cooldown will be shorter, which means your mashing has to be faster the later you go. I can show you that quickly. We can go as late as 76, I believe. So you see, I didn't mash very fast. In fact, I mashed very slowly on the second shot, which is why I immediately froze. Which is a thing I have to mention as well, of course. But yeah, here he only had 3 cooldown frames. Because we go right later, obviously we arrive later, the timer will be lower. Less cooldown frames, you have to mash faster. That's the gist of how these numbers are in connection with each other. And here is what happens if you don't have another shot inside of his hitbox when he comes out of his cooldown. Because he was in cooldown for 3 frames. My second shot was 8 frames later, line 2 of the actual fight, which means the 3 frames elapsed before I shot him again. And then that timer that reaches 0 wraps around to 255. Technically, that 200, it's an 8-bit value, right? 2 to the power of 8 is 256. 8 bits, Game Boy game, 8 bits, everything runs kind of on 8 bits. And that also means that then if the next shot connects, after he had already turned around the values, he stays frozen for those 254 frames here, which is the outcome that you really, like, you see, he's still frozen. Now he comes back. So that is a very long time that you want to avoid at all costs. Anything else here? Oh, one symbol that we hadn't mentioned before is the like fireball symbol, the slightly like pale grayed out one, if you will. That just means 2 shots had already been on screen, and I tried to shoot another time, nothing could come out. So that's just a dry shot, so to speak. Mashing speed matters in terms of what strat you should go for, in terms of when you go right. Yes. Jubilu, for example, with his fancy, we're going to get to the different mashing strats, but with this fancy strat, that is kind of hard to make the buttons actually actuate. But once you get that to work, it can be very fast. So for his strat, this approach is the ideal one. Because what this also does is there is an option, like this is a little bit out of the, like this is very far field. This is the extreme optimization of the fight, because you can actually make Tatanga despawn at the top while shooting him still. So I knew I wouldn't get it, but if the cooldown is 2 or 1, you can see how Tatanga is oscillating up and down all the time. The 2 and the 1 coincide with him being at the highest position in his oscillation. If you kill him that high up, then he will actually despawn once he is shot to death, which saves the entire time that he would otherwise take to fall down the screen. Big time save, like 2 seconds-ish. Very hard to do because you have to have very fast mashing. So that one is like one of the edge cases that you could go for if you have the mashing technique for it, but probably not right away. Yeah, this is out of the scope. There are alternative strats for timing. Like you can split up the shots, for example. You can go right very early, get the first shot in somewhat early, but then you have to wait, because you have to wait until he gets out of his iframes, right? Don't know if I can do this on purpose right now. Bad example. Just gonna try to show a couple of versions here. Too slow. I unlearned reaction time, let's just phrase it like that. Yeah, no, this one is hard to do for me now. I used to be able to. I want to go on like 90. No, too early. 3 more attempts. If I can't get it, I can't get it. So that one worked at the beginning. This is a good example. I'm glad I got this. So here I went on 93 very, very early. First shot on B18, like ridiculously high number, if you remember what I said earlier. His cooldown was 15 frames. So I had to delay my second shot for it to even count and then start mashing, so to speak. So that's what you see here. I just wasn't mashing fast enough here. But this would also work, this kind of general approach. Some people actually specialized on this. If you look at Jacob's runs, he uses this kind of strategy. I don't know, maybe he's still called Ninja SRC on speedrun.com. That guy, the one that I did the two-player, one-controller run with. Whatever his username is on speedrun.com. If you want to check out this general strat, check out his run. His runs in general. But this one is just a JDog, yeah, with several Gs, I believe. It's good to have options to know what works and why it works, because that also helps you understand the general gist of it. Yeah. But I wouldn't generally recommend it unless you have like actual big trouble with the other, like more simple meshing strat. Beat Warrior, very different category. Okay, let's quickly go over different meshing strategies. Hey, Chubaloo. So with the... This is the time where I notice that my hand cam has the wrong gain value. Okay, better. More natural colors. So, I'm playing on a Super Famicom or Super Nintendo. It doesn't matter. If you're playing on a system that runs the Super Game Boy 2, ideally. You have the option of switching between input type A and B. Input type A gives you 2 jump buttons and 1 run button, or 1 shoot button in that case. Input type B gives you 2 run buttons, 2 shoot buttons, 1 jump button. Having 2 buttons can be advantageous, obviously. This is my preferred strat, which is why I start with this. So what I do, because you don't just have to mash, but you also have to do other things like going right and managing your height by going up and down with the A button. What I do is I flip my controller 90 degrees, put my thumb on the right button of the D-pad, put my index finger on the jump button, the float button in this level. That also already gives me a nice way to hold the controller in general, to stabilize it. But then I also put it on my knee to have more stability, and as soon as I get up, I mash with both buttons alternatingly. One thing to mention is you cannot, like if you overlap presses, the second one will not come out, as you can see here. So they have to be separated in time. You have to have the one button released when hitting the other one in order for it to actually make a difference. That is one way to do it. It can be a little bit like cumbersome or difficult to get used to a different grip like this. You can try to find something that works for you if you choose to use this strategy. Because this works on the Super Game Boy 2 and 1 as well, but nobody should run on 1. Unless. We also allow this to be used on emulators, this kind of functionality. Mapping 2 buttons to shoot, basically. It's also possible on the other the bigger official platform, the Game Boy Player for the GameCube. In that case, it's a little bit more involved. You can connect a second controller to the GameCube, like for example a GBA SP. And you could try to maneuver between the buttons of two controllers there as well. Technically possible. So I don't see a reason why we shouldn't allow it for emulators. That's this strat explained. What I used to do in the past, but which is like you have to have a very good like thumb meshing for this, and I probably can't even do it anymore. Like what I actually used to do was just do the Tatanga fight with my standard grip. There's no way I can still do this. Yeah, no. Like the coordination is kind of out of the window. But you can get a decent meshing speed with one finger. Like I get 5s here. That's okay, I would say. You can get a 1 cycle with 6s even. It's a bit hard to maneuver or to use the jump button at the same time, like release at the correct point while meshing. It's a little bit awkward, I would say. It would be faster by a little bit, yeah. I did the math. The 2.4% difference, like broken down to single frames in the game. Like if you say, isn't like a frame perfect jump much harder on SGB1 because it takes so much longer, you are well within like 2.4% of 0.016 seconds, right? That's what we're talking about in terms of frames. You are well within like the just human inaccuracy there. So in theory, is it a tighter window? Yeah, but does it matter in practice? Not really, because you're within the margin of error for human inputs anyway. I'm gonna come to the different meshing strats. Yeah. I mean, we're already in the segment. So Ayaka, what Ayaka does, I don't remember how the input is. But basically, you can block the shots on purpose. This controller isn't ideal for it because it has concave buttons. But you can already start, like, for example, if you do like a scratching mashing technique like this, right? Can also be very fast. And you can space out your fingers and hit the button several times per go through. There are different ways that you can experiment with. But you still want to time when you start hitting Tatanga, right? So you can actually hold one button down that shoots out one shot at the very beginning of the fight, so that will mess up your statistics. But you can already start meshing while going up to Tatanga, and then time the release when you want to start. I haven't practiced this at all. No, I should probably also hold A. I find the timing very hard, but that's just what happens without practice. I'm releasing too late. Maybe this controller just doesn't work with scratching, actually. Or not as well. Let me quickly try the other controller. Might just be that I'm doing the inputs dirty. I was holding A, I swear. Like that, like terrible outcome, but that's in theory how it works, right? If you're good at the scratching, which is just something you have to practice, then that could work. Ayak has another strategy. I think this is also close to what Jubalu used to do at the beginning. Like, you can try, depending on how your buttons react, on how spongy or clicky they are, you can try doing something like this. Like on the edges of the button, try to... Like sometimes I can get quite fast inputs out of this. But for me it's inconsistent. But that's another way you could try mashing on one button with the holding strat combined. That's one way to do it. You can also do something like this if you don't want to do my piano mashing. That's another thing to consider. General, if you don't want to switch to type B for the fight, this is a good one-button strat. This is one that I can't really like demonstrate because I lack the tactility, the coordination of my fingers. But JDoc, whom we already mentioned, his background comes from Clone Hero, so he's used to doing like some fancy inputs to get the Clone Hero combos. So you could do something with different fingers on the B and Y buttons as well. That's another option. What other mashing strats do we have? Do we have any more? Oh well, we have Jubalu's, of course. Jubalu's mashing strat is probably the most elegant, because it requires only coordination, no speed. So if you say, I'm too old, no, my fingers hurt, I can't do it this fast, this might be worth considering. So what Jubalu does is, I think he also turns the controller 90 degrees, and then he very coordinatedly like rolls with the back of his fingers, or fingernails, his fingernails, hand turned around, palm up, rolls over the buttons. And if you space out your fingers exactly the right way and have the right speed to go over, you will like perfectly get two inputs from one finger on the two buttons, and then the next two, like it kind of weaves into each other, and you get a very clean sequence of button inputs. Teeth mashing is a thing. This one Mega Man runner, I always forget his name. He does it, sure. I don't know how to coordinate that. Maybe I have the wrong teeth for that. Maybe you need like slightly bulgy teeth. My teeth are too flat, I suppose. Like I wouldn't get any button actuation out of it, I believe, but I also don't know how to exactly do it. Jubalu's hurt. I mean, I couldn't do it at some point because I had hurt my wrist. So if it's something like that, yeah, I understand. Like if you come in with a precondition, it can be difficult. But no, the actual strat is really just this. It's a very smooth motion. It's not fast. The spacing of your fingers is important. You have to figure out how speed and spacing correlate with what the game allows for not overlapping the shots. But I think that's all the mashing techniques that I personally know. We went over just single finger mashing. Like you can get fast with this. Maybe I can get fours, like occasional fours out of this strat. But actually, probably gonna be more sixes and fives. There's a five. I probably just held the button on the 12. Again, this controller is also not great for meshing, so it's kind of whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not getting good numbers out of this. I'm holding down the button and overlapping a lot there because I'm trying to go super fast and just can't. I haven't practiced this. Are there any open questions that I might have missed earlier? Maybe something got cleared up in the meantime. Because I'm wrapping up this part now. Anything that is unclear, anything that needs a better explanation, maybe. I can give my general recommendation of what to start with, which is have a clicky controller. That's like a precondition. This one is a little bit, you can see the Y button sometimes doesn't go through. So having a clicky controller, I would say, helps in general. You have plenty of time at the start of this level to switch controllers. And you have enough time after the fight to switch back. That is what I do. My personal recommendation is my own strat, obviously. Again, my window is go right on 84 to 82. For me, that works best. You can widen the gap to 86 from 86 to 80. It doesn't change that much in terms of your timing. You just have to be aware that you will reach Chatanga at a slightly different point and angle with a slightly different window for when you can shoot him. And again, the later you go, the smaller the window of his cooldown becomes, the faster you have to mash. So if your mashing is more towards 5s in the cooldown, like 5 frames time between your shots, then you should go slightly earlier, so more towards 86. If you can consistently get 4 and 5s, 82, 80 should be perfectly fine for you. What you want to avoid is getting the second shot out too quickly. So that one would travel through Chatanga and just mess with your other shots that would come out, but can't because the other shot is on screen. That's the quick wrap up of what I would recommend. No questions from Zap, that's important. Yeah, what used to be called the Super Eagle, I think that requires going right on like 90-ish. That is hard to do. That saves about 20 frames compared to the other one cycle. Like there are basically two outcomes between 4 shots and 1 stomp. And that depends on how high Chatanga is, so you can get the stomp in earlier. Basically you get the stomp, or you release before you even have all shots connected. That one's hard to do. I would discourage from even trying for the early numbers nowadays. But it really depends on how the coordination of your fingers work. It can be advantageous if you have like a good way to do some strange 2-finger combination of the shots. But again, I wouldn't be able to really advise on that technique because I can't do it myself. Okay, that's that segment done. I'm gonna highlight this after the fact so we can share it in case anyone ever wants the quick explanation. Because that's what we should have done long before. Like just recorded a mini tutorial at least, even if it isn't very professionally done, but at least it's done. All right. No. All of the talking made me warm, it made me sweaty. Oh no, we lost the practice ROM. I haven't played the Daily Animal game in a second. I actually haven't. Should we play around? Because I really like that game. Let me see if I can just load that in a browser source maybe. That's a good thing, because I'm also testing my stream setup today, right? Let's get music back. How do browser sources actually work on Linux? Wait, why does it not show up? What the hell? It doesn't show up. But it if I transition, does it show? Okay, now it shows up. Oh, I didn't enable the thing. Interaction. There we go. It's a little bit small on my end. Can I make this bigger? I hope you can see it. Can you see it all right? You see. How do I actually start it from here? It is cut off a little bit. Maybe I have to make it bigger. Maybe I can't have it in a specific resolution. It's the way it's coded, I suppose. I don't have the time to do the CSS myself right now. What if I make it all big?
It's been snowing for years, and we just don't know why. Our world is getting colder, but there's no need for alarm. Just sit by your fire, burn all of your toys, and stay warm.
Hmm. Better, I suppose. Okay. Enter the zoo. Is this the one that we click? Yeah, okay. I hope you can see all right. So what this is it's a find the animal, find the hidden animal, and it tells you where on the tree of life it is. So you have to have a little bit of knowledge in phylogeny, in zoology, but you don't really need it. Like, you can also just learn it by making guesses. We start with a random guess, and it will tell you what is even in the database as you start typing. So all we know, it's in the metazoa. It also explains to you what metazoa is, like that's the modern animals, so to speak. So here you have an explanation, and you also see what kinds of things are. So metazoa are not bacteria, for example, not archaea, not fungi. Those are all not in the metazoa. So those are, you shouldn't guess those, so to speak. Let's start with something very basic. Let's start with a cat. Guess cat. Okay, that is actually a good hit. So we're already way down the tree of life in the carnivora. Carnivora are cats, are raccoons, dogs, those kinds of guys. Could be a good general guess, Jonas, yeah. Hi, Dastinger. Yeah, it is about taxonomy, phylogeny, zoology. So we know it's not a cat. It could still be... I think by cat, they mean the house cat. Let me see, maybe they tell us. Yeah, it's actually, like, this is specifically Felis catus, which is the house cat. So it could still be another cat. We don't know that yet. The only thing we know... Well, no, we do know that. Otherwise, it would have said Felidae. So we can already tell it's not a cat. It's not the family of Felidae. So it could be the dogs. It could be... Let's just try. Let's try a dog. Or maybe a wolf. Could be a bear. Let's try the wolf. Genus Canis. That is very good. It is probably the house dog now. Could be a coyote. Could be... No, I think coyote... I think coyote is not genus Canis. Which means it is probably the house dog. This would be a very fast round. Oh, that's how we are going. So of course, the house dog is a species. It's a version. It's been bred from wild wolves. So it is a subspecies of the genus Canis. But not the wolves. Oh, what are the others in Canis? I actually don't know. Is the coyote Canis? It could very well be. That's how we learn, because I don't know that. It was the coyote. Okay, we win. Yay, yippee. That was a quick one. That was a very quick one. That's the fastest I've ever gotten. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. No, 1 cat, 2 wolf, 3 dog, 4 coyote. Yeah, 4 rounds. The website is midazua.com. If you want to play for yourself, it's a very fun one. I enjoy this. And you learn. If you keep playing this, you can learn a lot. You can also switch languages. There are quite a few languages available. Because it uses trivial names like dog, coyote, and sometimes you might not know the English version of an animal that you otherwise would know very well in your own language. So you can have a look if your native tongue is available. That kind of helps with that, but because it goes by trivial names. I would maybe prefer if there was another version that would use the scientific names, but that's obviously for like the experts. And as you could see, I didn't even know that coyote was also in the exact genus Canis. Sometimes there are changes, Dustinger. Careful. Genetic analyses have jumbled up a couple of the taxonomy. For example, if you're used to insects being their own... Oh, what is it? Class? It's not an... Is it order? No, it's not an order, right? But yeah, no, insects are now grouped within the pancrustaceans. Like that is a thing now. Or hexapoda, I suppose. But there have been a couple of changes that I'm also not even remotely, like not all of them I'm aware of, because I haven't been actively following all of this. But I think the Midazua website actually is up to date. So you can learn through that. Very cool site. Was recommended to me in Zaplex's chat the other day. Oh, recommended to everybody, not just to me. Let's do a little bit of SML2. Also, Chubalu, I didn't forget about your redeem, but I only saw it after the stream, and the stream 2 days ago was just too chaotic to do anything properly. I forgot how to hold my controller. So once I'm done with my practice for today, or maybe I should do it right away. Actually, I should do it right away, because the practice should transition into the runs. Chubalu has redeemed. Where's my cartridge? There. Has redeemed 10 minutes of ace attempts. We should probably use the no music setup. And have some game sound. Okay, 10 minutes of no, it doesn't matter, because I have to reset the console anyway, so I would lose the color palette anyway. Okay, let's go. Ace attempts. this is gonna be very unsuccessful, but we gotta keep trying until we get it. It is a like fun in-between category if you just want to do something else. I gotta say that. It's what I used to have Jackpot for. But this one is cool. That's a crash. Oh, Zap, I got another outcome. Or maybe I never noticed that the outcome was like that. I got two other outcomes. I got the funny sound, but it let me reset it with pressing start. So it was not a soft lock. And then I got a beeping, like a long beeping sound. All while trying on the train yesterday. So that one was on the GBA. That one helps with not having to reset the console at least. Okay, this is a good sign, because this is how Zap got it, by bonking the pipe several times. Here's the hard crash again. That one doesn't work. Hey, Ichigo. It is very random. We actually don't know if we can even influence it at all. Like, I know exactly that I'm getting... Like, I'm setting a couple of values by collecting that coin in a specific way. And by positioning Mario in a very exact way. So I know exactly that I'm getting the right preconditions. But the outcome of the pause glitch, the mashing pause there, we don't know if that is even manipulatable in real time. And it probably isn't. Crashed eventually again. Sadly, that crash is the most common outcome. Thank you. I'm just gonna do this for... what's the timer at? 4 more minutes-ish. And then switch back to practice. But yeah, this is something that I will just keep doing on and off. Because I do want to eventually... Like, it's like somebody else has to get it, right? And we gotta find out if it works. And how. It does work, but... it's very elusive. Oh! This one didn't even allow me to do anything. I thought I was also set up wrong. Super Marweegi. Hello. Ideally, I don't want to fall off the next platform, because that makes the setup a little bit more lenient. Like here, I don't want to fall off. That is actually ideal. Oh, again, first start input. Crashed immediately. Obviously that would be a great run. Like if that had worked, that might have been the eternal record. So that was overall well executed. Well, there are probably faster setups right here. We haven't really explored them. Yeah, didn't want to fall off. Unlucky. Setup took too long, so was less time to get it. That's one of the downsides when you fall down, that the setup will most likely take a little longer. I do out for this. Ah. No. I moved the Mario, the screen one too far to the left there by turning around a second time. Okay, that is that for now. Did some, we got some good attempts in as well. Yeah, you wanna rekindle the fake Ben thing? We can do that. I'm not against fake Ben. We have a quick look at the redemptions. Wait, why was there... Oh, I completely missed the sub earlier. What the heck? Thank you very much. The notification didn't go off. I will have to check that. The Tetris reskin of SML2. What do you mean? I am confused by your sentence. Do you mean how is it in color? I am playing it on a Super Game Boy 2 on my Super Famicom Junior. Yeah, that is how you get color. Oh, the title of the video. That just means that I will, after I'm done with Super Mario Land 2 today, I will switch to Tetris DX, to this one. Those two things are not connected. You are welcome. What do we practice? For this one, I do want to bring back the music. Choose the other color scheme. Is this the music? Oh wait, no, the music is in the other scene. Of course. Metroid. Gotta make it look right for me. That's not how you do that. Yeah, stuck in the wall. That's okay. Awkward save state. Ooh, problems. A video related to this. Darbian ran this game for months. Thank you for the fun fact. Fun fact, Darbian, Adam Ferrari, and myself traded world records back in 2020, which was a very fun time. I'm gonna make a new save state here. This is very laggy. Untypically laggy. That's better. Breaking and entering was Darbian's phrase for this, yes. Yeah, Darb got it, I think, twice in the process. It was in the 2620-ish range. In fact, I think he got the 2624 first, beating my old 2627. I think that was the first one. And then I think another one in the 2620 range. In fact, I think he kept improving it after he got it the first time. And then after a few months, Adam joined in the fun and then eventually took off with it. Until Ayaka went on the big grind. Oh, I can't do it at all today. That's rare. I usually don't struggle with this at all. Not getting the left jump the way I want to get it, like that. Three in a row. That's all I ask for. There are some good ones. And there's the give some home for the lovelies, I was about to say. Give some love to the homies. Oops. Obviously it also, like, he's a little bit self-conscious about the golf terms for Tatanga. But it's alright. Ooh, bad. That part of the backup is working well today. And this one too. That one is always a concern for me. The fire flower grab. It's a little bit hard. Okay. That one works. Let's practice the... Wait, what size are we? Super. To think. No, it's not that. That's not even what I want to practice. I want to practice 3. Just the quick drops, real quick. They're named quick drops. Because this still has to like seep into my muscle memory. This is still comparatively new. No, comparably is a thing too, right? Okay, it's not too bad. Turnaround part could be a little quicker, but I would be okay with that outcome. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is all fine. The elf speedruns. What was the... Was it just the man? What was the man called again in the trench coat with the grabby hands? I think he just called it the man, right? I forget. Be careful of the man. Kitchen Man was another one. Yes, the Kitchen Man. That was a specific one. Yeah. Kitchen Man was a formidable foe. Another Darbian phrase. Not recognizing the swimming speed right now. Okay, I do. That was just slow all the time. Ooh, very laggy at the top. The elf speedruns also got, like if you still remember from Darbian's chat, Mike Santiago, they got him into speedrunning, and we're still loosely in contact over a shared Discord server. Don't know if he would mind, but he just started university. Like he was 14 back in the day, and the little guy has gotten into university this year. How time flies. Ooh, it's a bad one. Ooh, that's too far right. Very far right again. This one should work. It kind of is similar, you are right. I had not made the connection, but I think the two systems use different sound chips, so it's maybe a version, but I don't think it could be something like a copy paste or something. There are shared sounds, like from a more general sound library across different Game Boy games. I mentioned this the other day. The Wario pause sound is I always forget what exactly it is. In Return of Samus, the Game Boy Metroid game, it is it's not taking damage. It's a sound in that game, in Metroid 2. The exact same sound as the Wario Land or Super Mario Land 3 pause sound. Ooh, my timing. Keep the fun facts rolling. I'm loving it. Ooh, didn't touch. Working well overall. Yeah. Hey, FCO. Double salami buster. I had forgotten about that one. Super Maruigi. That one is funny. No, that doesn't save time at all. For context, you maybe you don't recognize me, but I'm the guy who came up with this strat for more time save. Time save is not in this level, it's in the next one. I'm the gay. I'm not. Don't get your hopes up. But yeah, no, this is the fastest possible strat. Like, if you want to know anything about the game, you can ask me. I will gladly answer any questions about the speedrun. About the speedrun. My air ran out. But yeah, the reason for not taking damage there is so your big Mario here. Oops. And you can grab the carrot much quicker. Like that. Oops. Just at least call it lemonade, please. forgot if I made my save state. Actually, I'm just gonna skip practicing this level any further, because I don't think it helps too much. It's not a hard level, all things considered. Whoops. Doing it with very low game audio is a little bit tricky. Little slow. Oops. Better. Okay. Almost done with the practice. We start this one as Fire Mario. Got lost a little bit on the way up. I think this is like 1 frame too slow for a 356. Good try though. Yeah. One more. Thank you. I chose it because I like it. I think it's a random palette from the past. My chatbot has a random palette command. And I think this is just one that came up randomly, because random palette. And then I wrote it down and stuck with it forever. Or maybe I actively chose this at some point. I don't quite remember. Ah, come on. That one has to work. At all cost. Shouldn't have said it. I really shouldn't have said that. I had to go fast, because the start was very fast. Man, what is it with that one? Ooh, this one is fast. Gonna make a second save state in the pipe room, I suppose. I think it's the same, exact same speed as the previous one. Ugh. One frame too low, one pixel too low. One pixel too high. Yeah. Not getting that 56. Ooh, actually, I think I jumped too late, not too high. But there used to be a runner who did that. If you were around like 7-8 years ago, Barn Owl, who ran a lot of Mario games, a lot of games in general. He used to switch palettes, I think during the boss kill animations for each zone. But do you remember Barn Owl? That's the relevant question. Oops, accidental super jump. Oh, I thought I was late there. It still worked. Do you remember? Yeah, that one was too late. That one felt alright. I must have dropped one mesh input. Okay. That is all working. That's not good. More bonk. I think I have to go for the frame perfect super jump if I wanted to save the 770 at all. If that even... I think it might be possible. Didn't get it though. That felt alright. Hit Hilo. I think Adam just stepped away from speedrunning. I think he... what? I think he went back to SM64 for a little bit. He also did SML1. But then he somewhat suddenly stepped away from the community. Sometimes hobbies don't line up with personal development, I suppose. New bit in lab. Ah, the revised meshing tutorial. Thank you. Hardest level ever. It's learnable though. I think most people remember it being so hard because it's in stark contrast to the rest of the game. And there's no checkpoint on top of everything. So it feels like double difficult. I remember, like when I started speedrunning this game back in 2014, or late 2013, I suppose. I was terrified of this level. Absolutely terrified. Yeah, that is correct, Super Luigi. You don't have to. But the thing is, you should in the speedrun, because as soon as they start moving, they have a pretty high chance to create a couple of lag frames. Like per gap, you can lose up to 6 frames of lag, so that would be, if you're unlucky, 18 frames for the 3 gaps. That is significant. Okay, let's do a quick Tatanga. Even though we did some extensive Tatanga practice earlier. I guess it was less practice than talking. A lot of talking. Ooh, I think I must have dropped several inputs there. Oh yeah, that didn't feel bad. It obviously was very bad. I must... Looks like I'm just stopping the mashing. Like losing the rhythm. I'm doing something wrong. That's too early. buttons look good on the input display, so that can't be it. Okay. Got the timing back. Okay. Timing is definitely there. E6 should work. It's a little late for my taste. E7 would be better. B8, always good. Well, B8 3 would probably not be good. If you know, like it's like in every game, if you know how to do it, it's not hard. Like you can just wait out the Tatanka fight. Like the casual strat could be something like this. That's free. Ooh. What I see most people do when they're playing this game casually is they instinctively, for some reason, switch sides after hitting Tatanka once. And completely needlessly prolonging the fight. You can just get all of the hits in during one cycle. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. I think I'm okay with just the consistent one cycles. And finishing with that one after saying that sentence is cool cat. Okay, let's do speedruns. The splits are actually still running from earlier. That's how long it has been. Actually, I think something with the Twitch notifications might be broken. Wanted to have a quick look. You're very welcome. It's something that I should have done a while ago. And I still don't have to remember to actually highlight it. I want to have a quick check whether the notifications are working with this version of OBS that I'm using. Oh, maybe it might be on Twitch's end because some events are missing here. How do I test this again? There was a way where I could test the notifications myself. Dashboard. Recent events. Was it this? I swear there was a way. He's brainwashed. Oh, this guy's swim speed, 4. What do you mean creepy? That is my PB. That's another thing. Yeah, I should add that back. Good that you bring this up. Oh wait, I can redo the thing here. Where's the... Yeah, some things are missing. Like the sub by some earlier is missing. No. Let's redo this one and see if it actually triggers something. It does. Okay. No, that's my PB. Okay, so in theory it should work. Then I don't know why it didn't work earlier when some subscribed. Weird. Do I have... No, I have to make it. Add source. What's it called again? Text, free type. Yeah, no, I don't. I think I never made it on Linux. PB text. Oh, do I have the correct font installed? I don't think I do. No, I do. Color should be... I forgot what the yellow color was that I used. Can I screen grab it? That would be cool. Pick screen color. Optimal. Oh, why do we have a gradient? I don't want a gradient. I guess select the same color. Close enough. Outline shouldn't matter because it's going to be on the black background. The black background. I hate it when you grab something in the background, and that's something they have to fix. I keep grabbing the entire layout. I can't select the PB thing. There we go. Oh no, we have to give it a... We have to give it a thingy. Because obviously we have to an outline. There. Oh, I thought you could actually customize the outline, but you can't. Not in this. All right, it's always going to be hard to read in this level and in tree 2, I suppose. That is okay. There we go. I think long fingernails can help for the Jubilee strat. Very short ones can hurt. No joke intended. Can hurt the strategy. Have we gotten out of sync again a little bit? Let me test. I think it's minimal. I think there is a delay, but very minimal. This is fine. Okay. Let's hope that everything works. Oh, also, I haven't seen Dearbot in a while. Maybe I should check if he's okay. I don't know why he keeps crashing recently, and he probably has crashed again. Now he's there, okay. Just being quiet. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of audio delay. That's fine. Maybe it's not fine. We'll see. If it still bothers me after like 5 or 6 attempts, then I'm gonna try resetting it. So yeah, about what happened last stream, with my entire OBS basically crashing out. Apparently, the Linux distribution that I'm using updated their FFmpeg version, so the library or package program, whatever you want to call it, that OBS uses for encoding the video and audio to some extent. That updated, but some dependencies or OBS itself didn't immediately adapt those changes, which can happen on rolling update distributions like I'm on. And that just broke everything. Like, as soon as something went wrong and I tried to fix it, I just kept breaking more and more shit. So then I spent the entire Wednesday, it was, yeah, trying to manually fix the dependencies by messing with the package build instructions for FFmpeg, OBS, and all other kinds of reliant packages, which I hadn't done before at all. So I made some mistakes, didn't understand a couple of things initially. That's not good. And just got so frustrated because it went into Thursday. Like, I couldn't get it working on Wednesday. Then on Thursday I had an appointment in the morning and early afternoon. And I thought, okay, I'm just gonna try. And then I just got so frustrated that I just had to step away and actually just take a nap out of like personal, like out of mental health reasons, because I was getting so worked up about it not working. Hey, squirrel. Yeah, and then I basically slept through my allotted stream start and woke up around, like, I think it was 11 p.m.-ish. And at that point I could not start my stream. Just had to decide to push it to today, and then I used that time to actually fix the thing. 1 second. But yeah, that was what I had been warned about when I switched to an Arch-based system. But I had never encountered it since January. This was the first time that something broke in this manner. But now I know how to properly fix it, which is not to immediately mess around with the package build instructions, but rather just rebuild all of the packages that you already have. Or what I did, the safe version, was actually uninstall everything that relied on FFmpeg and then just do clean installs in order, FFmpeg first, and then all of the other red tail of programs. And that actually fixed it. I should also probably say that I'm on a different OBS now. There are 3 main packages, one being the stock OBS Studio. That one comes without browser sources though, so I couldn't have played the Metazua game from earlier on that version. Then there is OBS Studio Browser, but that one had the audio issues, so but that was the one that I was using until Tuesday. And then there's a like separately maintained one by a user named Titan652, which is named OBS Studio Titan652, which comes with a couple of like common dependencies already installed. And it fixes some Wayland, like my window manager is Wayland, which can be troublesome with giving apps access to certain like system resources, like window capturing, for example, is one such example that can be tricky, just because the system does not necessarily allow full access out of security reasons. So this version of OBS kind of fixes, I suppose, or circumvents some of the problems that can come up with that. Oh! This is a very messy tree zone so far. How long did that all take? I mean, it was the entire Wednesday. Thursday from about 4 to 7, I want to say. And then later from 11 to maybe 2 AM. Maybe 10 hours in total. thing is, I kind of enjoy those things, but usually I don't get stuck for 10 hours. But I did learn a lot. Like knowing how to and when to edit package build instructions can be helpful, will hopefully be helpful in the future. Where was my shot? Oh no. Oh no. That went all wrong. I gotta be careful now to not accidentally go down that pipe, because it kind of already crept into my muscle memory from the ace attempts. Like I notice when I'm skipping the Goombas, for example. I notice when I'm on the pipe that I instinctively think, oh shit, I missed something. No, I didn't. I mean, I do remember this from switching between regular, like old classic any percent and glitchless. It's always funny. Okay, let me actually try to fix the... What? Okay, can somebody clip that? Like this, I'm on my regular vanilla cartridge. This should not be possible. I deleted, or did I just not delete the file? Was I not Bomb Mario? Am I crazy? Okay, let's just make a note. This is 2 hours and 50 into the stream. I thought I was Bomb Mario. Maybe I just had a brain fart and I just went down the pipe as if it was normal. I thought, what I thought happened was that I made Mario into Bomb Mario, went down pipe B, came out as Bomb Mario, and then I suddenly was in Space Zone again. But maybe I just dreamed that all up. Thank you, Zap. Is that what actually happened, or why am I crazy? Okay, am I going to... No, I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid, I'm sorry. I just never went to the bomb. My brain just hallucinated that all. Thank you for telling me, showing me how silly I am. I was so confused. Brain on rails. What happened? How? How can I be in Space Zone if I enter the pipe that has 6 level exits written all over it? Embarrassing. Blushing. It kind of has been a long day, truth be told. I did go to bed somewhat late yesterday. But then just woke up normally at 8 AM. I mean, I do like cruising through the early game of the speedrun. I like if I don't even notice what I'm doing. It's akin to like a flow style. Flow state. But yeah, I guess that's the downside. I also never did what I said I would do, which was fix the audio delay. Brainwashed is very easy to please. Just do a single jump in the game. And he's gonna be happy for days. Okay, this one is very rare. I don't think if I've ever seen this one. That you get the slide off the platform and don't despawn the guy. That's a bit odd. I don't think I've ever seen that. It also had a very snappy scroll down at the very end. That must be related. Definitely felt different. Oh, another fun fact. Can't read it right now. By using a save state. No, you can't. There are no save states in the vanilla game, unless you refer to the pipes. You can reset by pressing all of the face buttons. Ah, that was so good up to there. But yeah, no, those are not viable speedrun strats at all. At least in the more common categories. Oh, that was so good. So many corner boosts. I'm sad. Bomb first, then go down pipe. I'm confused by that sentence. You can reset the game by using a save state. What? That makes so little sense. Maybe something got lost in translation somewhere. Also not viable. Save states obviously only exist on emulators. Which is fine to use, like if people want to use emulators, they are free to. But we require emulator runs to start from a emulator reset, not from a save state. Because the emulator reset will show a little splash screen that shows you what version of the emulator is used. Maybe some save states could also do that, but I would have to look into that. It's not the standard approach that you would go. But yeah, interestingly enough, most people higher up on the leaderboards are using original consoles. Of course, there are flashcards as well. Yeah, that's a thing. It's very quick to just delete the files. gameplay, I know. In normal gameplay, you do not have save states. That's special cases. I think the coin sound might be similar. But then again, like with an 8-bit sound chip, you only have so many options, right, to make something that sounds like a pling sound. So I would expect them to converge on something very similar. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not very well versed in SMB3. I have in fact never played it. I think the one in SMB3 is has a little like lower pitch, if I remember correctly, but I might be wrong. Yeah, that's an interesting question, because then we are switching to 16-bit. So the options are much wider. Bonk. A root in Mario's face. What? First 31? Yeah. I think that was the first one. Mm. 31 into 81 is always nice. Hey, tech. I paid very close attention to how many techs I said. missed my jump. So I might lose a 10th or 2. Hello, Grimlock. Yeah, only talk aggressively. No, be aggressive when you even open your mouth. That is actually, I think, a small time loss. We'll only see at the end of the next level. It's gonna switch to plus 0.2-ish, I think. SMB crossover 3. I've never heard of that. Man. Ah. Okay, don't get hit this time. Why is that guy so hard to shoot sometimes? Another half second lost here, sadly. Do. Do. I remember there being an SML2 themed Super Mario World hack. Do not remember what that was called. Yeah, most projectiles actually increase your kill count. Like for example, even if you kill the piranha plant's shots with the Starman power, I think even that counts as a kill. I'm pretty sure it does. For the kill count. Slightly offbeat with the audio delay. No, Grimlock, I never do it here. You have to wait for the castle. Man. The second shot came out too quickly. I think that might have been 83-83. If you know, you know. Ugh. Not good. But yeah, I've been rolling with these attempts, because they can still turn into a small PB. At this point I'm just going by best possible time at the very bottom. If that one still allows for a PB, I'm just gonna keep going. Ah. Got stuck in the wall. Yeah, but that also means that I am going for like tighter windows like that. Just to not lose any additional time. I have to take a quick break. When I will be back, I will fix the audio delay. I have decided. Be right back. Okay, let me do the capture card reset the same way I did earlier, with switching it away from the actual one first. Where is the so. Properties. The menus are all hidden behind my TV all the time. Okay, now reset. Okay, that should have fixed it. I see what you mean. Hey, Venom. I see what you. I feel like you would get slowed down by clipping into the ceiling. Not sure. That sounds like exactly the thing that you would test. But I have a feeling it wouldn't save time. Yeah, and now you have to test Ace stuff instead. Can you remind me to post the Lua script for the Ace values in like the Hex and TAS channel, maybe? It's probably good if it's openly available. The audio definitely skipped there for a second. Yeah, no, no more Lime, sorry. Lime retired. Ah. Ooh, to wait for the next iteration of Lime. Remember Lime Stoners? That one was a cool guy too. Legally distinct from Lime RTA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Legally distinct, completely different person. Different entity. There could be a Lime Dunk in the future. Who knows? Oh no. I am so sorry, brainwashed. I think that era was also the Orsu era. I think those heavily overlapped. That was okay. Not as okay as I thought. Ooh, that was very good lag reduction. Whoopsie. That's not supposed to happen. Oof. He almost got away. Like, that was one of the last frames where we could still rein him in. That would be a funny one to have in a PB. Yeah, he got it secretly. Oops, I also didn't see it live. A little too close there for my liking. Ah, no, it's the wrong strat. Jump over. For Chubaloo. Very good timing on that one. Almost too good. Glove is not closed. Dangerous. Glove could just fly away in the middle of the run. Close one, a good one. The one stream I miss. Or join late, I guess. Oh wait, that was the day when I angry slapped, of course. That was me taking the angry nap after failing to fix my system. Mm-hmm. Not mad anymore. Is that a life motto or something, dear bot? That sounds like a good one to live by. Little early again. Too early or too fast with the mashing. I mean, the next one is terrifying. I make no secret of that. Many. Not just idle ones. Like very flamboyant ones as well. Ah. Overall slow level. But I've stopped being too creative in this one. So my approach to the level, I think you can probably overlay most of my attempts of this level. And I'm doing the exact same most of the time. Yeah, I used to be number 2 on the leaderboard like 7-8 years ago. It's not my favorite speed game, I have to say. But while I was doing it, I was taking it seriously. My PB would have been the world record at the time if I had gotten a better last bonus game. If... I think I missed at least one input there. Still good. Nope. Same height. Ah! Actually forgot to press right. Ah, that was a strange brain fart. I really don't like losing time on this split. Ooh, turned around too much. Okay, new setup coming in hot. That was good. I like that setup better, with the full jumps. Oops, careful there. First one so-so, second one good. Let's see what we get here. Usually been getting left-right lefts on the worse runs. I want it now. Sometimes lucky. Okay. Now we have a run. Good thing I implemented the cooldown. Yeah, bad exit. Fast, fast, fast. Fast. Ah! I wanted to be extra careful with the shark. Okay, that was okay. So far, so good. What? I disagree. I disagree with that one. That smells. That smells a lot. Fast, please. That works, I suppose. It's gonna be a big time loss, though. It's gonna be a very big time loss. I don't know which button it is that doesn't work there. I think it's the jump button. I hate this kind of failure. I really hate it. I have to go back and look at my input display, what actually happened. I think that's too much. That kills it. It's definitely dead now. Man! This has happened several times now, that octopus fight. I can just not figure out what goes wrong there. Cool. I'm scared of rubber swaps on a working controller. It's probably the right thing to do, but it's still scary, because then it feels different for several weeks. Oh. Everything is going downhill quickly now. I guess the tension is gone. Doesn't really matter now. Yeah, no, there's not gonna be a PB here. Not even close. The thing is, in practice, it works. So I'm just not really sure what to do. Maybe it's just that my hands are getting a little shifty on pace. That the feedback that I think I'm getting is not what's actually happening. Because it doesn't feel wrong. But then I look at the input display and something is clearly wrong. Well. I think with a regular good second stairs room, this could still barely save 717. I think not quite. Yeah, just barely not. Ah, that's a shame. Oh, I'm gonna go for it. There's nothing to lose. But I don't think it is quite enough for 770s. I think it's just barely, like by 1 or 2 frames. Yeah. Also didn't dare to do the throne skip. Yeah, no. And then I went early anyway. Whatever. Whatever. Man, what a shame. Shoe glitch though. Logitech, I don't actually know how it's pronounced. Master mouse form. Also, hey Runner Watcher. Thanks for the GGs. Hey bitte. Let me go back in my stream and see what the input display tells me there. Just gonna use Twitch, because why not? Oh, hey, Ayaka. Hello there. Okay, where is the octopus fight? It's the level. Level went pretty well, obviously, except for having to start it small. And I did get fast swimming. Did what I asked for. Inside of the... Check this again. 1 second. Oh, it's the... yeah, it's a D-pad. It's the freaking... It started... I should have just paid attention to it. It flickered before the fight started already. It is the D-pad, it's not the jump button. It's not the jump button at all. That is very unfortunate. Especially because it is recurring, and I should just know. I should really... It's probably, again, because of the... Like, it feels different when I turn the controller. Maybe I'm just pressing it wrong. Because I can clearly make it work properly if I pay attention. I don't think we need to switch. Or maybe it's just me throwing for content. Okay, changing position vertical pipe. Which one? Turtle 2. I mean, I went down the pipe too far left. That was an accident. Let me check that out. Oh, the horizontal pipe? Wait. Down there. Yeah, that's fixing. I understand that. No bonking going up. I never knew you made this. It's the first time I see this. This is a good video. Ofuro Omedito, congratulations on your path. Yeah, fix swim speed. Nah, didn't fix though. Oh, I must have typed something. I don't remember what I typed. Doesn't really matter. Now it's gone. I want to see what Ayaka means with the vertical pipe placement. Oh, didn't jump there. Should definitely jump in the funnel room. Also suboptimal-ish strat, I want to say, with the bunny swims. It's very funny. Like, I obviously can't read the Japanese explanation, but I know exactly what the indicator things mean. Okay, that vertical pipe is self-explanatory. That one is one, like it's my favorite pixel that he goes down. Yeah, I don't know what Ayaka meant with why not reposition. Maybe he assumed that I went down the pipe too far left on purpose, which was not the case. That was an accident. Yeah, I have in return several improvement suggestions for these strategies. Not quite optimal. Show the video? No, I couldn't. That's one of the things. I would have to make an extra browser source because I can't, I can't capture Firefox. Strangely enough, it just doesn't even show up in my selections. I could have made the browser source, sure. It is almost 2 AM. I think I have to call it for SML2 for today, even though I started late. I am gonna play a little bit of Tetris though, Tetris DX. Because that run has to continue. It's been on break for several days now, which was not planned. Oh, I made a browser source for that. I could have done the same, that's what I mean. Like, I have to create a browser source in OBS and then put the URL in there. It's a Wayland thing. Maybe that gets fixed in the future. Right now, it just is as it is what it is. Maybe I could use like a separate browser, like maybe a weird Chrome version, and that could work, but I'm not sure. I think it's browsers that have the option to be hardware accelerated. But don't quote me on that. I do not know for sure. Just know whenever I try capturing a browser directly, it just doesn't even show up in the options. Is that a good deer? Let me check. Let me click the deer. Oh, that's cute. A poodoo. There's another mini deer species called the dik-dik. It's a South African one. A dik-dik. Let me do my colors. There's also one that is, I think that one is Asian. It's called the Kanchil. I think that one is closely related to the poodoo. Of the dik-dik and the Kanchil. I didn't choose those names. Oh, Chubalu. Water deer's cool, yeah. There are several deers that have fangs, like some of these small ones, like the Kanchil, for example. I think that one has fangs as well. You usually find them in like water grazing species. Alright, I actually forgot. I'm just gonna assume I paused it somewhere where the next piece drops in a good place. Otherwise, so be it. Okay. Let's get back into the groove smoothly here. No risky business. I mean, digging could be... I have a feeling it's more like ripping off things that are on the plants in the water. But I'm not positive. Just an observation that I have made. One of my favorite, like antelope-esque animals is the zygar. It's a deer, antelope, whatever you wanna categorize it as, with an like tapir-like trunk. Looks funny. Oops. Not sure how far I want to take this today. At the very least, 4, 4, 4, 4. Beyond that, I have to see how awake I am. Like for how long I can make good decisions. It's always a big challenge. It's kind of fun to try to figure out the least risky setups. This is not good, for example, because I'm creating at the very least one L or J piece dependency. And I knew that right away. That was not the optimal placement. But that said, like the level of safety that I'm playing at is like way over what I have to play. Indecision there. Not liking this. I did that for no good reason. That is a really good piece. Perfect sequence. Not perfect, because I could have opened up the thingy here. Oh, that fits. That was a very good sequence. Didn't get super high, so all good. Good one. I had heard that one before. It doesn't even need the second part. I prefer it without any explanation. A limbo champion walks into a bar. Done. I didn't want to double flip that one. Yeah. I think it's more than a party game. I think this is a competitive sport as well, where they have Limbo World Championships and stuff. Oh wait, did I not read the entire thing? It's my problem with talking while playing Tetris. Apologies. Oh, yodeling. What the heck? Ah, we're analyzing the joke. Yeah, that's why it works so well. For that setup. Good night, Chubaloo. Thanks for providing video, even though I haven't even checked it out yet. Very yodeling. fake, Ben, you're trolling. You're trolling. And that's fun. Don't worry about it, it's late. Or should I try to explain it? I haven't read everything that Muffin wrote, so I might just say the exact same things. Try to explain, okay. So limbo is, if you will, a dance. I think that's the primary categorization. And it's a dance where you have to go under a bar without touching the bar. Or maybe there are versions where you like have to not make the bar fall off something. Anyway, as the competition or game progresses, the bar gets lower and lower, round by round, and more people drop out because they start hitting the bar, making it fall to the ground. Because they can't get low enough without touching the bar. And that means they lose the game of that limbo dance. Now there's the subversion in the joke, because there are many XY walks into a bar jokes. It's a very common setup, right? And that's why what that joke uses. It subverts your expectation. Because you're expecting something to happen in a bar. But no, it's a different bar. It's the limbo bar. Does that explain enough? You are welcome. I'm still not sure if you're playing with us. If so, then good job. I believe you. Okay. Then I still believe you. This is Ori, or that's the sequel of Ori. I was about to say, I have never heard this song in the OG Ori soundtrack. Which I have been playing mostly in Beat Saber. It's where I know Ori and the Blind Forest from Beat Saber. Yeah, I mean that's the joke. That is, if you break it down, the entirety of the joke. It looks like a nice atmospheric game. Reminds me of Hollow Knight-ish. Just not as hollow. Not as dark in terms of style. I gotta remember that I have a counter for the full clears, I believe. Did I make that? I think I made that. But I don't remember what I would have called it. Oh, bad decision. Come on. There we go. Got a little bit too dicey for my taste there. Or maybe I'm just not gonna get any full clear today. It's also an option. No, please no more yodeling. Not the biggest fan of the wider yodeling context. Nice symmetry. Let's keep up the symmetry here. For no good reason. That's a specific kind of like musical and beyond culture that I think is not the greatest. There's a lot of folk and nationalism involved. Maybe I'm interpreting too much into this. I tend to. Techno. Is that Fränkisch? I mentioned that in the last stream. Franconia is a funny area of Germany. But it comes with some, again, folk and nationalist traditions that I just generally don't like. Don't like tribalism. If you want to break it down to what irks me about it. Now, for me, it's usually my complaints on a like very conceptual basis. It usually doesn't really concern the actual thing. It's more the mechanism behind it. Like, why does this exist in the first place? Those are usually the things that I take issue with on a very like idealistic basis. I hope this works. And I say all that while being a big fan of like Japanese culture as like an umbrella term, which makes me quite the hypocrite. Getting dicey again. I do not like this. That was close to optimal there. I don't know if it has actually any practical implication or like history like that. I think it's just a folk custom. I feel like if you tried to give it that kind of meaning, to me that felt a little like retconning the thing. That there has to be a reason why they do it like this. I don't think everything has to have that kind of practical reason. Oh wait, what was I thinking there? The hell? Hey now. Actually have to start focusing. Is that the man with the machine gun? Not a fan of machine guns, but that's a good song. Let me just say I will remain critical about that explanation. For the reasons stated. It just has this aura of being retconned. I can't describe it any further. It just feels that way to me. I don't exactly buy that explanation, yeah. It does make sense, right? But also, yeah. That's the thing with potentially retconned explanations. They are designed to make sense because you already have the conclusion from the get-go. Now the question would be, are there any like South American indigenous tribes where something similar is known from? You could kind of draw some parallels. Is there South American yodeling? Is there Himalayan yodeling? You have the Mongolian throat singing. That's similar but different, I would call it. So that would be a pro argument-ish. Hey Tolstoy. Now I want to listen to those other examples. Don't ask me what I was thinking there. Hey, my inputs are not going through. Not cool. I used to have this. I think it was from. Was it? I think it was from the Bertelsmann publishing group. I had this. What was it called again? Like Atlas of the Languages of the World. It was a collection on like 2 or 3 CD-ROMs. It was very interesting, where you had language samples of all kinds of different samples, just short samples, and that was it. It was the content of the CD-ROM. Maybe something like that was in there, but I don't remember. Yes. I used to watch sumo wrestling all the time back on Eurosport. I have not been keeping up. I know that a lot of non-Japanese sumotori have joined, like a lot of Mongolians, some East Europeans. And that the like general, I guess, cultural pride thing has gone down a little bit in Japan in terms of sumo. Obviously, because when other nations suddenly come into your kind of sacred cultural good, then the character changes. No, there have been non-Asian Yokozuna before. Akebono is Hawaiian. He was the first one. Unless Akebono like is disgraced because he went into wrestling and kind of didn't follow the traditional end of your career cycle. Maybe there could be something silly like this. Like that. Would you not call an American a Western Yokozuna? European Yokozuna. Maybe that's what you mean. Because I think there definitely have not been European Yokozuna before. You wouldn't call an indigenous Hawaiian an American? It's a little odd to me. Oh, that was too. Western. Strange term to begin with. I mean, if they're born in Japan afterwards, they're Japanese. That's how it works. Unless we're talking about like annexion stuff, cultural appropriation of the sumo culture. But then you just call it something else. I don't. Not really a big fan of, again, tribalism. Like, I personally don't value something like birth heritage or cultural heritage that highly. It's usually something that you don't have an active part in, but you still kind of are supposed to live your life due to certain standards that brings with it. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like this whole ancestor pride. It's a very, very strange concept to me. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, does it really matter? In the first place, like, I get the negative connotation, of course, that there is some forced assimilation in this discussion as well. That's not a good thing. But at the same time, the people who actively did that, they are long gone. Like everybody could just let go of a lot of things that come with it, unless, which sadly is the American thing, unless it is still somewhat upheld in some form of casual racism in the active society. That's the big US American problem. But that is born out of exactly what I don't like about it. About this identification with something ancestral that the person claiming things usually has nothing to do with. That's kind of exactly my point, why I think it's not a great thing to have these... Yo, what a song. Yeah, to have these inherited values, so to speak. I mean, in the sumo context, if we're staying in the sumo context, then the thing is that Japan is also a very, very racist country. Like one of the leading racist nationalist countries in the world, even. No, I didn't even realize that, Torste. Nice that you mentioned that. So yes, there are hurdles to overcome, which then if you make it, I think that warrants some kind of personal pride. That's a different story than what I was pulling the conversation into, like the directions I was giving it. I'm sorry for derailing. Okay. I have 4 points without paying any attention whatsoever. There was a pretty good anime about sumo a few years ago. I forgot what it was called. I did enjoy that one. Also, Fake Ben, just so you know, I have not forgotten about your recommendation. Dorohedoro is still on my hard drive, waiting to be watched. Just haven't found the right mindset, I suppose, to start that one. I'm not forgetting. Yeah, in Mongolia it has been, like there have been Mongolian sumotori for a very long time. Back when I was watching, there were already quite a few. I forgot the name of the funny one. He was a very violent rice thrower, as well as kind of small in stature, very quick. No, Asashoryu is later. I'm talking about even earlier. The one I mean, he never made it past Komuzubi, I think. I think if I hear the name, I will remember, but I don't think it will come to me automatically. Like, this goes back to, I want to say, the mid-90s. I started watching quite early on. He might have been one of the first ones, so maybe you could find him this way. I think he was also the one. Like, do you remember the other big Japanese Hawaiian Ozeki, Konishiki, like the heaviest sumotori ever? I think there was a very famous fight between him and that Mongolian sumotori. If I remember correctly, that was the pairing. But I know that there are several YouTube channels who cover the tournaments. And I have watched a couple of like the summaries of the tournaments, so to speak. But I just haven't been actively following it anymore at all. Now, if I would just have to see that list and maybe just quickly go over it, and I'm pretty sure the name would jump at me quite quickly. I usually have a decent name memory, so I'm almost surprised that I can't think of it right away. Was it Kyokushu-san? Is that the one? That one popped into my head right now. Kyokushu-san. Oh shit, wasn't supposed to flip. Possibly. I mean, back in the day they didn't go by full names. Would have just been Kyokushu-san. Is he Mongolian? Was he? Many sumotori sadly don't live a long life. Yeah, that is the one, I think. Highest, yeah, that fits with what I remember. Small stature, like under 100 kilos, I think. Small stature, I say, like for a sumotori. Whew, I've saved my sumo grace by actually remembering. Yeah, the comparison can be a little stark. Like Kyokushu-san was kind of like a... He was like an anime character, if you will. Never really made it, but had some very big upsets of much bigger fighters. That was the thing that was interesting about him. There's a famous photo of Konishiki at his highest weight at the time, like 280 kilos or something ridiculous. Like he was very, very big. Not the tallest, but just very, very voluminous. And it was a picture of, like, from behind his opponent. And he was just filling out the entire screen, and the smaller opponent in front of him just looked like a child. And I think that might have been Kyokushu-san in that picture, but I'm not sure about that. Oops. Let me check. Yeah, let me see. Deot also wants to. No, that's not the picture. No, it was... I don't know what it was. It looked like a Time magazine cover picture. And what's that one now? That is the one. Yes, that's the one. That is exactly the one. That is Konishiki. Never quite made it to Yokozuna. Stayed in Ozeki for the longest time. Lots of like knee problems because of the weight, obviously. Yeah, and he did it for quite a while. I think he started in like the early to mid 80s, probably mid 80s. And I feel like he retired around the time when I was still, what, like mid-end of the 90s. But he was not well, let's put it that way. For the last couple of years of his career, he could barely move. I remember that there was talk about like an honorable Yokozuna title at some point, but then that didn't really... He was also not Japanese, maybe otherwise they would have. But yeah, that never happened, I believe. Also, maybe because there was Akebono, who was also just the more successful version. Only 6? Yeah, I thought it was longer. Interesting. That's probably just my nostalgia kicking in, because I was so invested in it at the time. But I thought it actually was way longer than it actually was. But yeah, I don't think I can ever bring myself to catch up with it again. I think I've been out of it for too long. I don't feel the drive to get back into it. There are very few sports that I would like get back into specifically if I'm not already into them. The couple that I still regularly peruse the news of are snooker, table tennis, sometimes volleyball, like the VNL, the Nations League. And outside of that, it's mostly just the Olympics. Sometimes a little bit of track and field, I have to admit. A little bit of track and field, but also irregularly. Sometimes I just don't watch anything track and field related for a full year sometimes. For me, sumo definitely has this nostalgia factor, because it's the same for snooker actually. This is something that I directly relate to my grandparents. Oh well, not even to my grandparents directly, because they had already died. But we were still, like, we were living in a house, like where basically 2.5 families lived. My parents with their children, including me. Then the cousin of my mom, who couldn't really take care of herself that well, so she was living there as well. And in the basement lived my grandparents. And after they had died in like the early 90s, their apartment was still there, and their TV, and we children always went in there to kind of secretly watch TV. And that was the time of the German reunification. And suddenly there were completely different TV programs like Eurosport. And this very strange, excuse me, very strange sport of sumo wrestling that I had never seen before. So that just stuck with me until today. It's a warm and fuzzy feeling. I guess that's what nostalgia is. He is still active. He recently has started playing pretty much as well as he ever had before. Some very good performances. Still around. A lot of the old guard just don't really want to step down. Like from that same time, John Higgins is still around, Mark Williams. I think those are the two oldest names that you might still recognize. Stephen Hendry has not been active since 2006-7-ish, I want to say. He's a commentator now and has basically the most successful snooker-related YouTube channel. It's called Q-Tips. He commentates for ITV, I think. Not for the BBC. And he had a complete change of character, if you will. I don't know if you remember how he used to be, like very standoffish. Not really talking or being friends with other players. Kind of like very, like if you want to accept the concept of introvertedness, kind of like that. But he has become very sociable. Like I like his channel. It's something I watch regularly, basically every video. Yep, that happened. There were some ugly words being said. Like Ronnie O'Sullivan is a loaded character himself. Like he definitely has a lot of personal issues and just is very socially awkward. Just to the extent of like social ineptitude, I would say. There were some choice words being said after that match, or in the general era, about Stephen Hendry's sad little life, and there are quotes from that era pretty much that are not as nice, or not that nice in general, that also make Ronnie O'Sullivan not look very friendly. I mean, depression is in there as well, at some point in his career. Also, daddy issues, all kinds of things that you could attribute parts of his behavior to. If I remember correctly, his father was convicted of murder and spent a lot of time in prison. the reaction to drugs. I approve of the reaction. Still no perfect clear in this round. Or session, I guess. Round. It's a strange word for this. But also always have to wait until it accidentally happens. I never learned any setups for perfect clears. Because you can definitely make them more likely. Manslaughter, okay. Thank you. If you translate the term manslaughter into German, it just sounds very wrong. Oops. I guess even the English one, just it just doesn't sound as wrong because it is a fixed term, but it is a weird word. I know, right? That's exactly the thing. Oh, his mom wasn't... I don't remember that. I don't know if I ever knew that. But yeah, kind of troubled past. So you can just take a guess under what circumstances he might have grown up. Seems character formative. Two away from perfect clear. I don't remember if parity prevents one away, or if one away is possible. Let's not get this. Let's not let this get out of hand. It's not that I like that. I do make bad decisions sometimes, yeah. It hasn't been super stressful yet today, luckily. I usually realized quickly enough that I should do something about my stack. I think we've never been more than halfway up today. Which I would say is pretty chill. Like, I want to believe that I have gotten much better in terms of safe stacking than I was a year ago when I tried this for the very first time. I should have much more chill, even in hairy situations. I'm just generally gotten better at flat burning, for example. Just seeing certain solutions that are not your standard stack solutions, but more focused on just safety. Like something like this, for example. Yeah. Slight delayed burn, not necessary, but it gives you time. Because it basically adds a pause because of the line clear. Same here. Like, you're almost guaranteed to have a clear and then another one, which is a setup for like a double delayed burn, if you will. Just gives you time to think. Even though at first it looks like you're needlessly covering the well. But there are certain setups that basically guarantee you, like, no matter what piece comes, you can get some kind of a clear. That then will give you more time to think, to assess the situation. This one is a little bit unlucky. It's like not even halfway up yet. Okay, this one is getting a little bit ugly. Halfway up again, and I'm not planning to get any higher. They're probably all memes. Or maybe it's actually too old. Like, I would be surprised if it went undiscovered by the modern meme culture, because at the time it was a very famous picture. Something like that, yeah. That's a good one. Pretty sure there's a lot of meme potential in a lot of sumo pictures. Oops. Okay, we're reaching 4444. What time is it? 3. I'm probably gonna call it there. Just have to get a prettier setup here. No, I'm not liking this stack. We're going to maybe 5k flat. Has to be a good number. Can't just be something random. I will not accept it. Still not even close to a perfect clear. It's 2 again. Nope, not in this game. I think in some modern Tetris variants there is a point reward, I suppose, for perfect clear, but not in this. It would be cool if there was at least like a special jingle for that. I would like that. But since it is so seemingly, obviously rare, so close here, just not the right setup there. Yeah, since it is obviously quite rare, it just feels good when you get it. I'm very hungry. I haven't made anything. Don't know what do I have that I can prepare quickly? I have some frozen fries in the freezer. Some fish sticks, I suppose. I think that's okay. That's a good late night meal, right? They didn't have my preferred spicy ramen. That would definitely be my first choice otherwise. Same Squirrel, and I didn't remember that this was Jurassic Park. Is this the Super Nintendo version? No, it says... Oh no, it is. It is the Super Nintendo version, of course. And I played this. I played this quite a bit, but I did not remember that this is from that game. It's burned into my brain from having it on my streams so often. What was the gay fish joke? Did I miss that one? I must have missed that one. That doesn't ring any bell. Or is that from a different day? I don't think I watched South Park during an era where Kanye would have been a topic. I only recently watched a couple of episodes because of the Trump mockery. Before that I hadn't seen South Park in probably 15 years. Now I want to know what the joke is. Maybe you'll get it as you post it here. That's how it goes. I want to hear it first. No explaining yet. I want to hear the joke first. Maybe I'm just as dumbfounded. And if you get it wrong, then Squirrel can correct like the important parts or whatever. The thing is, if it has to do anything with the person of Kanye, then I might actually miss it because I have no idea about that guy. The only thing that I know about Kanye West is that he made a collaboration with 30 Seconds to Mars for the song Hurricane. That is the entirety of my knowledge about Kanye West. I don't know graduation, no. That's a meta joke. Hey, I got my bachelor's, just didn't get the master's. Don't make fun of me, Squirrel. Come on. That was still half height. I had to look really closely, but that was exactly half height. No stress. All good. Okay, I'm disappointed with the outcome of the joke reveal. Probably 5,000 flat. I'll see. I just didn't get a nice setup for a pause on 4444. Do you like fish sticks? Oh, is it a joke where I have to play along? Yes, I do. I don't get it. Fish dicks. I got it. I did get it. Fish dicks. I got it. I'm so proud. So incredibly proud. I mean, I already explained it, right? But just pronouncing it out very clearly. Now, fun fact. Fish don't have peenies. Isn't very funny, but it's the truth. Oh wait, Squirrel, were you here earlier for the Metazua quiz? That's something that you will also enjoy. Or do you already know what that is without me having to show you? Remind me in 300 lines. Metazua. Not Metazawa, Metazua. Since I have it all set up already. It's an animal quiz, if you will. And I didn't know of its existence until like half a week ago. And now I love it. I love that it exists. And I love the way it is done. It is very well executed. And I did play around earlier. I'm not sure if there's like a daily challenge or something. So I'm not sure if we were gonna get the same one. 300 more lines is up. 300 more lines, then we're gonna do some Metazua. Because to be fair, the round that we played was satisfying and not satisfying at the same time, because it was over so quickly. I know there's a practice mode, I just haven't really familiarized myself with the entirety of the site. Kind of, but different. Like, there's no semantic element to it. It is more about the actual taxonomy. You know, it's not a like a grammar version or like a grammatical version of an animal quiz. It's what animal is this? And it tells you the taxonomic relationships. And then you have to go from there. So you have to have, ideally you have a little bit of taxonomic knowledge, which I know that you have. But even if one doesn't, the way it is presented, it actually lets you learn about taxonomy in a playful way, as it should be. It also already showed me a couple of blind spots, or just things that I have forgotten, so to speak, over the years by not using the knowledge. Where can you play it? I mean, Zap, feel free to... Oh, Squirrel, yeah, that one. Already found it. But I think I played what would be considered the daily. And I got it in 4. Which is my personal record. I never got it in less than 4. Scramble. What is that? I wasn't really aware of any of these daily puzzle-ish challenges. I don't know what to call those games. Oh wait, Squirrel, you might have... Were you around when I think it was Super Mega Scott. No, Mega Scott? What's his name again? Well, he was the one to recommend it in Zap's chat the other day. Maybe you were around there. No, it was... I think it's just Mega Scott. I added the Super because I was thinking of Super Mega Dave, yeah. I conflated the two. I hope they can forgive me if they ever find out. Okay, 200 until Metazua. Actually a pretty ugly setup here. I hope this... okay, this should fix it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. Gotta be careful. Very careful. That is very good. The other recommended daily. You don't understand? I mean, the little info box just tells you the common group of where the secret animal and the animal that you guessed is, like the most common denominator. For example, if you guess butterfly and the searched insect is like some kind of crab, then it will tell you pancrustacea, most likely, because within the pancrustaceans there is, at some point there's a split where the crustaceans split off from the insects, the hexapoda, the butterfly. So that is going to be the revealed category, which just means, in that case, choose something that is a crustacean probably, or a different insect. So that's how it reveals itself. It will become clearer the more you guess. Yeah, if Eutheria is there, that is likely a mammal guess. You don't, but it will actually help you if you just guess. And like say it told you Eutheria, then you have some examples right there that give you a rough idea in that little info box. So if you just keep guessing, it's gonna narrow it down depending on what your guess is. Like, you can't do much wrong, pretty much. You will gain information. But as I said earlier, like if you already have a good understanding of taxonomy, that definitely helps tons. But it's not the case that if you don't know anything about taxonomy that you can't play it. I think you can very much still play it and learn something. Now I want to play it again, so I have to play faster. No, I'm not gonna risk anything. No, Ben. Don't worry. If you keep guessing and you're getting close, if you get closer taxonomically, it will make sense, trust me. You might still not know the different groups well, but you will still get closer. So I guess we're doing the bend thing again now. You win. Okay. Technically I have stacked higher than the middle now. Don't at me. Maybe it'll help if you watch me play. I can try, like, to my best ability to explain along. But it could also get a little embarrassing for me if I don't know certain things that I think I should know. I will bite the bullet. But I already surmised that you are playing the German version, which I think is a good choice, because it does ask trivial names. I probably should theoretically play the German version, but I'm stubborn. Maybe a perfect clear at some point. Maybe. I mean, I think you're doing the same one that I also played earlier. So I already know the solution. I'm not sure how helpful that makes my advice. Not the same one? Maybe it rolled over? I don't know when they roll over to the next supposed daily, as it would be. I was thinking that because whatever you played on streams up was the same one that I had played, like just before that. So there's some cyclical nature to that. Yeah. Making wrong decisions. Okay. 100 more. Come on, just by chance, there must be a perfect clear somewhere hidden here. Give me... Oops. Nice. Funny thing was, I was down to the Janus on my attempt in 3 guesses, and I was a little bit confused. Oh, this is Ori as well. This I recognize from Beat Saber. Or a version of this, I suppose. It's not the exact same. Dear bot, never change. This is a sketchy decision here. Let's abort right away. That was a good abortion. Best abortion I ever had. It's definitely a different version of the song. I think it comes up several times in different... It's like a motif. It's made into several versions of itself. Why is that 20? I mean, that's just the way it works out. Like, there's some arbitrariness to it that you could argue for, but it's just the extant groups that have survived until the present day. There used to be more. Bryozoa or different kind of animal. Oh, that is a deep question. Like the species concept is not it is not something that is set in stone. How people define species. There are several species definitions that concur. Well, what's the actual word? That contrast with each other. One common one, but that is also just doesn't cover all cases. One common one is a species is distinct from another species if the members of the species cannot have fertile offspring with the other group. Then those two species or groups, populations, whatever you want to call it, they would be distinct on that definition of the species level. But that is not all encompassing. There are usually no really good definitions. They're just work definitions. Because one example, like a tiger and a lion are classically distinct species, like they're different species. Everybody would think that they are. However, they can have fertile offspring if you breed them. They wouldn't in nature cross each other's paths because they live in different parts of the world. But if you force them or breed them, then the offspring is actually fertile. With usually some what's the word? There can be some problems in terms of the birth itself, depending on who is the dad and who is the mom, just because of size. And generally, those hybrids tend to be a little bigger than average, so can be a little dangerous for the mom while giving birth. Most species definitions have exceptions. And that's fine. The species concept is a model. Oh, we are past 5,000, I just realized. Because I was yapping. I'm gonna stop it here anyway on a... What is a good number now, though? No, it has to be a good number. It has to go in the title. No, you can go further. Not sure if any of the hybrids is fertile, but some of them definitely are. 5,069. Like I'm almost certain that there have been like further breeds that go further down the line where the lion. That's funny. Sorry, I found that funny. Where they kept breeding ligers with like a leopard or something. Yeah, what did I expect? I made the joke first. No, now we're going to fight. No, do we? I want to play Metazua now. I can't make a decision. Somebody has to make this decision for me. What should I do? Yeah, wait, where are you stuck, squirrel? Liga und Töwe, yes, those are the ones. Liga and Tyan. Janice of what? I think I already, yeah, definitely, I don't think, I definitely forgot how far you got. What did you guess? What did it give you? I can hazard a wild guess. Oh, are you waiting for... I don't understand anymore. So you're thinking I'm gonna get the same thing when I start playing. That could be the case. I'm also assuming it's the same one that fake Ben had. Fraudulent Ben. No hermit crab. Sad. No, you were in Eutheria. Means it's definitely not a hermit crab for sure. Oh, yeah. I guess I could try this. No, but the thing is, I'm titling my YouTube uploads of this by the line count. I mean, it's not a problem, but that would break my convention after only 2 uploads. I'm not that chaotic evil. Yeah, points are completely irrelevant here for this attempt. It's only exclusively about the line count. The max out will happen along the way. I'm not optimizing for that at all. I think my fastest max out was in about 1,800 lines, so that could be achieved much quicker. I'm just playing super safe. Because these attempts take a very, very long time. And you don't want to just randomly lose one. Yeah, no, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. I was asking though. I was signaling that I was unsure, while ignoring the one existing suggestion. I will admit. I'm secretly still holding out for the potential perfect clear. Like, it has to happen, right? At some point? How can it not? This song reminds me of something, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Sounds very familiar. It had a little bit of the one Attack on Titan opening. But I don't think that's what I was thinking of. Maybe it was. Is it just called Jäger? I think it's just called Jäger. Okay, what's a good number here? Don't say 5,169. My non-existent OCD would rebel against that, because then that would have meant I should have used 69 endings for every stopping point this far, which I haven't. I guess I have to go to 5555 now. It's the only option. Wait, what is scrandling? I can't make out what it would be from the word construction. What is that about? Okay. As long as it's not Pokemon, then I will be good. I don't mean it in a bad way, Zaps. Calm down, man! I just don't know anything about Pokemon. I'm too old for Pokemon, believe it or not. Pokemon came to Germany when I was 16. I was way too cool for that children's stuff. That's how it was. Can't lie. don't get it. It's the second time I say this today. First time I immediately got it after I said that. This time, not so sure. It's a little mysterious. Oh no, the Forbidden Tetris. No, Forbidden Tetris. I shan't. Yeah, no, at this point I have to go for all fives. There's no other way. The one thing that worries me is my hunger. Getting the pangs. Not cramps yet. I am very hungry. But I'm playing Tetris. Oh wait, I think I have some sweet gummies. I have them right next to. I have everything here. I'm a dummy. I have peanuts. A big pack of peanuts. I will eat it in peace. I feel mobile. Tempting. Also, food gummies. Yeah, I think I like 5-2-5. 5-2-2-5. Just gotta stay low and be ready. I did it. Off you go. Okay, let me check what kind of Metazua it will give me now. That's what I had earlier. This was my round from earlier, still there. Admittedly, it was an easy round. Thank you for the GG. Was that the one that anyone else had, or is that distinct? Because I think when I... how do I think that this... refresh? Yeah. Oh no, it's 831. I think it was 830 before. Is this the one that you were guessing? Then I would already know that it's in the Eutheria. Let's make a wild Eutheria guess. I usually start simple. Cattle, cow. It is that. Okay, so that's not where we are. And it also doesn't give me any closer specifier, so we're quite far off. Next guess would be a carnivorous animal, maybe? Must see. Oh wait, you can't see? What? Why can you not see? Wait, no, you can see now. I was hiding it for myself. Thank you. I had it exactly in front of where I would have seen that you can't see. Sometimes I forget that studio mode hides it until I switch the scene. But you missed nothing. Okay, I wanted to check or maybe let's go to the primates. It doesn't have a Potto. Any other lorries? No lorries? Ah. No Kata? What? What kinds of lemurs do you have? It just says lemur. Well, that won't be it then, I suppose. Boreo Eutheria. I think Boreo Eutheria is just Northern Hemisphere Eutheria. It's not an... I mean, it could be Artio... No, if it was Artiodactyly, I think it would have told me. No, it might not have. Oh no, it's outside of them. I just had a brain fart. Let's go to... Could be bird. Could be bird. It's a macaroni penguin? Oh, I would love for it to be a macaroni penguin. Oh wait, no, those are not Eutheria. I'm silly. I just actually mixed up Metazoa with Eutheria in my head. Embarrassing moment. Oops. No, of course we are. I mean, I never checked what Boreo Eutheria actually is. I think it's... Yeah, basically Northern Hemisphere ones. But yeah, those are not the ones. So it could be in the Afrotheria. It probably is gonna be in the Afrotheria. It is not in the Afrotheria, is what I guess from this. From this. I think Xenothra are distinct, are not Boreotheria. So something like a sloth would be different. Look at that. Xenothra was correct. Well, is it? No, it only gave me this as the option. Could be... It totally could be like a baby anteater. No, not baby, like the mini one, the Tamandua, I think. It's a Tamandua. They don't have Tamandua. What anteaters do they have? They just have anteater. But that wouldn't make sense with you having it down to the genus and not getting closer. Oh, it is the anteater. Oh. Okay. Yippee. Only one dumb moment. It could definitely need some like more species. Maybe I'll see. Maybe I can do something about this. Have to join the Discord server and have a look around. Different puzzle, but still 831. That would feel strange. Do another one. Still practice round. This time I'm going to start with a bird. Start with a crow. Good guess. I think what I always forget, I think crows and ravens are inside of Passeriformes. The technically singing birds, songbirds, that's the name. So my guess is that this might be outside of the songbirds. Could be waterfowl. Let's actually go with a duck. Duck. Rhymes with pluck. No, those are not in the new AVs. Okay. You have to read it again. Oh, this is right there in the text, with exception of basically waterfowl. Whoops. Stupid moment number 2. The most inclusive cron. That's the thing. Birds are very like there's no not really rhyme or reason sometimes with the cladistics of birds. This could be difficult. So it could still be a songbird. Maybe they're not Maybe Passeriformis is just an old distinction that I'm thinking of. Let's see. Let's just check a clear songbird and see what happens. I'm learning. It is in the Passeriformis. No, it is not. That's my initial thinking was correct. It is outside of them, and Passeriformis still exists as a clade. So Gallo and Sari are waterfowl. That's the geese and swans and ducks. All of those guys. I don't think those encompass like storks and ibises. Paleognat, is Paleognathy... What are those again? Like, Paleognat birds. It definitely heard it before. Yo, let's go Zap. What strat were you using? The penguin, I guessed? Emperor penguin? Oh no, it was a different. The macaroni penguin, of course. Oh, you were onto something there. It is the Emperor penguin. There he is. Thank you, Squirrel. Okay, one more. Let's see if I can do a round without doing a dumb. Wasn't supposed to eat my own hair. This time I'm thinking insect. Let's start with not ladybug, ladybug. Okay, not quite. That's probably not even an insect, if I had to guess. Oh, it's not even bilateria at all. Is it a echinoderm? Are we... Let's use a brittle star. No, wait, we are bilateria. I'm being stupid again, but I didn't do it. We are in the bilateria. Probably a mammal again. Let's go marsupial for no reason. No dingoes. Okay. Eutheria, I suppose. Gibbon. Boreotheria again. Well, not again. This time for real. No Afrotheria, no Xenothra. Could it be... And it's not a simian. Could it be... a deer? Ooh, we're close. Super close. I mean, this could be... What could it be? Now it's getting interesting. What is close? Like I'm mostly fishing for some English trivial names that I might know. Like some of the North American, like what other, we don't have any, would they be, they wouldn't be Capriolini, would they? I feel like we are already one clade below that. Or are we? Maybe we are not. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, and this clade is bigger. Let's find out. Let's actually use the caribou as an example. No, the caribou with C. My guess is it should pop up above. No, we are in that group. Okay. Then this encompasses everything. Then maybe an elk. Oh, it's of course, Cervidae. That's the group I was thinking about. What does this one encompass then? Do we have things like poodoo in here? No, we don't have the poodoo. No. But this excludes all kinds of antelopes. Dick. Yeah. Dick doesn't exist. Conchil. I would even, excuse me, write it in English. No, it's not a kangaroo. Education. Woo. I was hoping for some help here. Red deer, no. What other deer are there? Or the deer related animals that could be in here? The Zyga again, maybe. Although I don't think Zyga would even qualify. I think Zyga would. I don't know actually. They don't have it, so it's not a choice. Wait. No, they didn't specify. They didn't distinguish reindeer from caribou. That's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. It should be. That's the thing. If I type deer, it doesn't give me another option with deer in the name, so it's gonna be something else. Oh dear, yeah. That wouldn't work either. What is a Super Metroid after Metroid? Interesting order. Think. Like in Europe, we only have red deer, dam, some maybe some of these are called beast. No, they're not beasts. Damn, no. Whew. Oh, no. Yes, no. Huh. I was thinking maybe something mountainous. Like Capriolini is already pretty far down. Like this is, yeah, it's a subfamily. This is just above Janice. So it will be something closely resembling a deer. Can't be anything further, or like more distantly related. What could it be? Yeah, those are like gazelles, antelopes. I think springboks are kind of in their own, probably also subfamily, but they are too far, not closely enough related. I'm drawing a blank. Let's go continent by continent. So Europe, probably not, because I feel like I already tried typing all of the ones I know from here, which are not many. White-tailed deer, North American, like probably the most common deer in North America. But when I typed deer, yeah, white only gives me something that is not already covered in those, I think. Could it be something exotic that I'm just not thinking of? Didn't have poodoo. Didn't have dick. Water deer probably would have popped up when I typed deer. In fact, does it work this way if I type buff? Yeah. Okay. I guess I can game the system by just typing random shit. It's nothing black. Is it something red? No. Something brown? No. Is it something great? No. Something African? No. Huh! Huh! Something Asian? No. Rainbow. Rainbow trout. Coral trout. Coral deer. What is it? What could it be? That's the worst. Like, if you're already so close, somewhat early on, and then it's just about guessing the genus and or species. Usually it's one and the same here. Deerwood should know. What the heck could it be? I don't know what to do. How to proceed? Just keep typing random stuff? Because if I click hint, what's it going to tell me? Okay, it's going to reveal the rank, which is probably already the solution. I guess I have to click hint, otherwise I'm not... It's going to be interesting to see what it does if I click hint. It does nothing because we're already on the lowest. That's what I thought. Hmm. It is in this clade. I don't know. I do not know. But I don't even know what like false guesses to guess, so it eventually gets revealed. I don't want to do that. I guess I also just don't know many deer, now that I think about it. What other deer are there in the world? So I'm kind of thinking it can't be European. It probably isn't North American. It's a bird. It's probably an Asian one. What Asian deer do I know? Muntjak. No, don't have the Muntjak. Ah, for a second I thought I had something. No Muntjak, no water deer, no Kanchil, no Pudu, no Dik Dik. What else is there? That's the thing that is missing, I suppose. Where's my give up button? Can I just empty guess? No, I can't. A. Let's do this. No, antelopes are different. Oh, it actually gives me everything. That's good to know. Kind of cheating. I swear, if gazelles are in this group, then I'm gonna be mad at myself, because I don't think they should be. That's what I'm thinking, but it's because I'm drawing such a blank that I'm thinking. I think I'm missing something obvious. Oh, humans are in here. What is a kinkajou? Let's remember the kinkajou. I don't know what that is. Just going slowly so I don't overread something. Might be a little bit too slow. Stingray separated? Is that not one word? That's a tardigrade. Tilapia. That rings a bell. What is that? Tilapia. I think that's something deer-like. I never typed that. What's the kinkajou? That's not... Huh? We went through everything. Or was it just everything containing an A? I think it was. Yeah, there are definitely different options here. Man. Ibex is not in this group, is it? I was thinking about an Ibex for a while, but that's closer related to sheep, right? Or is that some misconception that I have? Wild beast. I think that's a. What's the name? Not a gazelle. The other word. An antelope. I think that's an antelope. Is it? It's a South African antelope, I believe. Not getting any smarter here. What's a civet? I don't know what a civet is. What is a civet? Just want to find out. Oh, that I know what it is. Of course, now I know what it is. It's like a mongoose. Oh yeah, like ichneumon. Oh, are those the ones that they make coffee from? Are those the ones? Like they're very elongated. I think with like a leopard fur pattern. I know. Yeah, now I know. They're actually called civet cats in German. Ziebetkatze. Okay, that at least reminded me of what that was. That's a win. No. Alpacas, llamas, those are in a different group. If not, then I'm gonna be mad at myself for being so confident about that. I just feel that they wouldn't be in like this subfamily. At the very least. That would be strange. It's probably just something very regional. It's getting a little bit silly. Or maybe I should just go through the vowels. We did A, let's do E. What's an egret again? Is that some kind of fish? I forget what an egret is. No, that's a bird. Is it? I think an egret is a bird, but I don't remember which one. Trivial names are hard for me. I'm not. No. It's because the trivial names are weird sometimes. I'm totally not rage baiting. Of some animals, I just don't know the English trivial names. I've heard it before, and if you show it to me, then I'll be, of course, yeah, right. But it's not like active vocabulary. Yeah, that was my last idea. But I still don't know which one exactly it is. So could it be what we would call a Dommel, Rohrdommel? That might be what it is. Hey, egg bugs. It's Merazua. Flying squirrel. I'm waiting for something that I have never heard before. Heron? No. Which animal is a kestrel? And I know kestrel from Faster Than Light. It's one of the default ship types. It's the kestrel. That's a falcon. That makes sense. The kite is also a bird of prey. There's the macaroni penguin again. Moose. It's the moose. It's the moose. I thought we had covered Moose with elk. I think it could be the moose. It's the moose. Ah, that was painful. Okay, here's my excuse. Moose in German is Elch. The word that has the same root as elk. That's my excuse. No, I knew it as soon as I saw it. That I had missed something somewhat obvious. Okay, one more. I have to stop on a success. This was not a success. Please, insect or spider. Let's go garden spider. Wait, do you not have... No garden spider. What do you have? Orb weaver? Orb weaver. Okay. No. Sadly not. Probably something... I want it to be a bird. Let's go with the macaroni penguin. With a macaw! No. Macaroni penguin. No, it is a mammal again. Fox. Arctic fox, yeah. Let's jump straight to the Arctic fox. No! Also no canid. Probably no carnivora. Yeah, no carnivora. Gar. Wait. What did you said earlier? Gar? You said... Wait, you said moose? No. Gar. What do I want to do? Did we have anything African earlier? I don't think we had, right? Yeah, no, we had. When it was possible to get something African, we had the Xenothra at the Anteater. I want something like a Tenrec. They don't have Tenrecs. Different spelling? No. Disappointing. Manatee. No. No Afrotheria. No, of course no Afro... What am I doing? I already knew it's Boreotheria. That's my one dumb per round. That said, the entire last round was dumb. Oh, I saw the Tanuki earlier. Is it a Tanuki? No, but we are in the Canidi. I was closer than I thought. Why did it not... I feel like in earlier rounds it already gave me... Oh wait, no. It's not in that group. No. Ignore me. Ignore me entirely. Is it carnivora though? Is it a cat? Is it a tiger? I feel like we're in the carnivora. We are not in the carnivora. in the Artiodactyly. Giraffe. Giger. Wait, what? Oh, could have been it, but isn't. No Laurasia Theria. Are we back in the Xenothra? We're back to the Anteater? Don't tell me. No, of course that splits up. Okay, now I'm becoming stupid. What is it if not Laurasia Theria? American buffalo, bison. Surely, it's a bison. No. That's in... No, I guess. What is it? What is this group? Oh, of course we have African animals that are not Afrotheria. The rhino. It's right there on the picture. It's not a rhino. Wait, rhino is Laurasia Theria? That is confusing. What? Why would that be? Huh. Huh. Oh. Oh. Maybe? No. Of course there are... Okay, the dumb moments are increasing. Wait, what? Oh, it's kind of right there. Is it a fruit bat? No. Huh? You are contour glider. Is this like a... Is this like the flying squirrel thingy? What's the actual? No, it's not that. What's that group again? I think it's that group, right? Which one is it? It's not the flying squirrel, or it's like the gliding, the glider guy. Sugar glider. No. They split off even like way further. Oh boy. Let's go through the things here. The clade includes groups as diverse as giraffes. It could be giraffes. It could be the giraffe right there. That could totally be. No, I already guessed giraffe. I already guessed it. It can't be giraffes. Pigs, I think, are Laurasia Theria. Zebras are not. Could be zebras. Zebra? I think that qualifies. It doesn't. Oh, now we have that Periscope actually. Of course, we had Rhino already. I should have seen that. What else? Rhinos, dogs, cats. No, we already tried. Carnivora, rabbits. No, pecora. Like leap. What's that group name again? Mice, bats, whales, dolphins, simians. Is it a simian this time? I think simians are not Laurasia theria. Did we guess any other simian? No. I guess that was it. Ah, at least I didn't have to guess all of the simians again. Is that a win? That doesn't feel like a win. I want to do one. Oh, it's 5 AM. Jesus fuck. One more. Squirrel, post the emote. This time an insect. Come on. Cock. Roach. No. No, not again. A bird, please. An egret. I know what that is. Give me egret. No. Ooh. We're that far off? We're that far off. It could still be like a crustacean. Wait, could it? What is... Did I just remember bilateria wrong? Because I thought the counter group, the alternative would include like the radio symmetry guys. Let's try the brittle star then. From early. Oh wait, it doesn't have the brittle star. No. Urchin. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's a group name that I haven't heard before. Eleutherozoa. Subphylum of echinoderms. Okay, then it is just a starfish. Whatever starfish they have here, probably only have one, yeah. And that's the one. Let's go. I guess that counts as a success. I wish it was a little... Maybe that's asking too much. To have, like, way more taxons. Taxa. Oh, the practice doesn't... I was wondering, why do the numbers stay the same? But of course, I only practicing. Never egret. Am I even pronouncing it right? Is it egret? I'm thinking of Ygritte from Game of Thrones. Egret. 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 Egret sounds better. Well, I think my internet will disconnect in a couple of minutes anyway, so I have to quickly see if there's any raid target. Zost is doing Super Metroid practice. And I don't see anyone else. There's nobody playing Tetris, at least not in this group. Twitch changed the categories, and Tetris doesn't really show up in the Tetris category anymore, which is confusing. Zosti also usually has just some chill practice. Oh, he's not even... No, he's there. But usually with some video game music. Oh, Scrandle. Oh, Scrandle. Post links or link, please. I'm gonna do one Scrandle. Have to give it its own browser source. Oh, also, hello, days of the week, I suppose. I don't know. Could be considered hard. Not so sure. Scrandle.com, that's self-explanatory. What size did I give? I think 1200 by 1000 is what I chose. Scrandle. Why is it so big? Did I miss? I think I... No. 1200 by 1000. Why is 1000 not a thing in English? Huh? Why it's so big though? Very big. Okay, close this one. Transition. And interact. Pangolin would be nice. Yeah, would have been nice. Only saw that now. I like pangolins. Pangolin's cute. Like the Japanese like dwarf pangolins. The I don't know what they like in German they're called Tannenzapfentier. So it's like what's the English name for like the coniferous tree? Which one is it? What species is a Christmas tree usually? If you ever watch the anime Killing Bites, a pangolin not cute in that one. Pangolin not cute in Killing Bites. But yeah, it's named after... It's not pines. Like the fruit... Like the equivalent to a pine cone, but from a Christmas tree. That's what those are named after in German. Okay, let's just play the daily, whatever. Let's jump straight in. What is this? I have no idea what I'm doing. What is this? Why does it start with the bonus round? Am I supposed to see more? I didn't read, correct. Was there anything I should have read? I didn't see anything. Which, like, what is more expensive? Like, what is happening here? I don't know. There was nothing to read. I clicked once and I landed here. I clicked on daily and this is the next I got. Yeah. What am I freaking doing? This is... I have no idea what I'm doing. There was no introduction. It was just... it just started. Like it's clearly food that is served or sold in football stadiums. But what the... like what... huh? Huh? Oh shit, I think this is my... let's wait. I think my reconnect just happened. Did I go offline for a second? Because my chatty disconnected. Am I still online? I can't send chat messages, but my OBS is telling me that I am online and streaming. Yeah, thank you, yeah. But I still can't type in chat. It doesn't let me. But at least I can read chat. Wait, let me reload the page. That should help, right? Failed to load module. It's telling me that again. Nonsense. Stop that. Not trying to load any modules. Okay, let me see. Can I type again? I can type again. Okay. Yeah, that was my 24-hour reconnect. That happens between 5 and 6 every morning. I still don't know what to do here. Like, what's the task? I didn't read, apparently. Should I check the recording? Let's check the recording. Checking the recording. Oh, it's there. View exotic and delicious scran. I don't know what scran is. From around the world. I guess that's the kind of food. Guess which is superior, as adjudicated by random people. Okay, it's a popularity guessing thing. Okay, Yeah, I just got it. It's not my category, I have to say. I couldn't care less. This left one definitely looks... I'm just gonna go with my own opinion. Definitely this. Okay. Okay. I would go with the left one again. And I definitely stand by my choice. Ugh. Okay, yeah. Look, I'm glad. I'm very glad that that was the outcome. Yeah, it looked like wet and kind of like small-ish, kind of like a bad burger is what that looked like. Bratwurst! Let's go. All day. What? I mean, this one is burnt. Okay, okay, no, I concede. I was voting for the concept. Well-made bratwurst. Also, I have like bratwurst in my fridge. I'm gonna make bratwurst tomorrow. I got carried away. I apologize. I should have actually looked. People are voting for the pictures. They might not have a concept of what it is, and they just see it. What looks better? I mean, the right one has garlic in the name, so we cannot vote for that. I'm glad. Value is relevant. Okay. I mean, I would say the right one looks better. It's bratwurst again, so I'm already careful because I just guessed, and the left one is not a bratwurst. But I would definitely vote for the bratwurst. Yes, thank you. It's just it's a fried sausage in a sandwich, right? That's a sandwich. What is this? That is meatballs. That is a very interesting color for meatballs. Like there's some artificial coloring in there. For £2, that is okay. Oh, it's a small portion. Now that I look at it. I would personally choose the chicken curry out of these, but mostly because I have pasta and something akin to meatballs quite often at home, which also means I like it. But here I'm tempted. Here I wanna. I should have gone with my gut feeling. I should go with, yeah, that's what I was trying to guess people's opinions. I should just go with what I like better. Oh, I guess if price matters. No, people will still click the right one. People will still click the right one. Yeah. Well, I guess price matters in that regard, that it signifies higher quality. Okay. Lumpia. I have never heard of or seen that. Salt and chili chips. Where's Partick? Oh, Scotland. It's right there. I mean, those both look. Oh no! Garlic mayo. Garlic mayo. We can't choose the left one. People are wrong, as usual. People are wrong. It's the times we live in. This has to be the döner. All day. Yo, Terranigma music. I think I win. My opinions were clearly better than some of these, because there was at least one garlic in there that shouldn't have gotten through the moderation process. Gotta send them an angry email. I think this game will just make me angry. Not angry, but kind of mad at humanity for embracing garlic and not stomping it into the ground. Done. Is it exactly? I guess it's always exactly this, right? I'm gonna do one more practice round, just because. I really don't like oysters. I really don't. Peppercorn sauce, that's a good one. No garlic, let's go. Ooh, that's still low. What? That looked good. I like how 50% of the picture is just a beer and not the hot dog. Cheesy nachos. I would, out of this, because this one has, this looks like a thingy. What's the name? I forgot the name. Not the cucumber. But yes, the cucumber, but the pickles. Cheese isn't true, but this has mustard and pickles. I don't like that, and it's probably onions there. Who likes onions, right? I'm voting. I'm gonna vote entirely on my own taste here. I have never had pulled pork in my life. I don't know what it exactly signifies. Pulled pork. And the Bombay sandwich from England. Interesting. Meat I don't know what that means. Meat samosa on a bab. What does that mean? The chili and mint yogurt. I don't think these things go together at all. Meat, chili, and mint yogurt. What? A curry goat and chips. I would eat that, which says a lot. Oh, that, wait, yeah. I thought that was like an entire, like, the toe of ginger in the top right of the left picture, and in the middle right. Right, not too many pickles for my taste. Oh, well, not pickles, but I guess those are like the sour... What are they called? The sour ones, just not the sour chilies, not the hot chilies. I don't really like those, because they're also pickled. I don't like pickled things. I would go left. Close one, but they were correct. Ooh, this left one looks interesting. Looks like it's wrapped in fabric. Sausage in a crab. Crab sausage. Versus a gunner dog. I don't like how the gunner dog looks. At all. So way too much mustard. What? No. Ooh, those fries look not. I mean, okay, I think they just got fried with the peel. I think that's what that is. Not gonna judge that. The lunchbox looks better. It definitely looks better. 10-inch sausage roll. No, that's a big boy. I have had, like, on, what do you call, like, the medieval markets in Leipzig. I had like a half a meter bratwurst, like literally, it's this, wait, 2 hands, doesn't even fit. Big sausage in, like in hot dog style, I suppose. I think I prefer the 10-inch sausage roll here. Although it looks a little bit like processed and just warmed up. Like it came deep frozen and they just warmed it up. But again, like the pickled chilies on the left, that I just Okay. Okay. I do like donuts. I definitely like donuts, and I don't like onions. Easy choice. Ooh. Ooh. A red Leicester cheese roll. Where's the sausage in that? I don't see that. I guess it's inside. Oh yeah, the right thing again, like pickles, gherkins, whatever you want to call them. Just a no from me. Mustard. Mustard alone is probably a no for me. Pizza. I'm gonna say pizza here. Let's go. One better. Yippee. Okay. I think that's it. I don't think we need to... Like, all of the sleeping people have been kicked out from the earlier disconnect. Or are we gonna do... Are we gonna do... Zap? Zap. Are we gonna do the other one? For the lulls? What was it? Rule 34 something. Do you have the link? Oh, I'm gonna do that one. Do you still have the link? It is exactly what it sounds like, Spore. I assumed you had it right there. Didn't even have to scroll or look. It probably was already on your clipboard. You don't have to confirm nor deny. Okay, make this one interactive. I of course do not consent. Yeah, got it. So which explanation, which one has the higher count of Rule 34 entries? Oh, wait, you don't... Do you see it yet? Let me see. Yeah, you see it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sure. 100% Tosaka. Fate is... Well, she's a main Fate character. Whereas Giselle Guel is just like last final season Leech. Random villain. Definitely Tosaka. Easy win. Ooh, Pokemon are always winning. No, wait, I have to be bad at this. I forget. I get too competitive and then I end up being good at this. I have never heard of Revali. Is that Breath of the Wild? Style-wise, it kind of looks like it. I think Fire Emblem has a lot of very specific fans. So I'm gonna say that. Too good. Ooh. Monkey. Where's Laugh? Laugh is not here. Pantheon. Lol. I guess that seals the deal. Just because of lol. Oh no! Interesting. I'm not familiar with Danganronpa. I don't know the fan base. But I feel like it's a waifu game to some extent, right? And I don't know, this has to be the right. Yeah. Female versus male was the Goomba. Ooh. Does franchise age play into this? Because Jujutsu Kaisen is only like 5 years old. This one's interesting. We don't talk about the Metroid incident, but this one is similar. Goombas and Peach, I suppose. Not the main actor. This one is still hard. Let's break this down logically. Goombas have been around since the conception of Rule 34. So over time, there could be a lot of entries. Whereas the time argument speaks against Jujutsu Kaisen. But she's a girl. But at the same time, there are other girls in Jujutsu Kaisen. But she's the main girl, if you will. This one is hard. It's really just like how many tags does this have? I'm gonna go with Goomba. Gigantic loss. I should have. I had the instinct. Maybe girl versus indistinct video game enemy. Maybe that one should be more clear. Scathach. Which? Oh, Fate. No, what? Fate's. That one is not in the Fate Stay Night anime. Who is that? That is confusingly tagged there. This character does not ever appear in Fate Stay Night. I don't see much demand for M. Bison Rule 34. Yeah. Okay. This is cursed. Mega Man. No! This is just as cursed. Why is this FNAF stuff in here? I don't like this. I've heard of Skullgirls before, but I have actually no idea what it is. A video game, apparently. I've never heard of either of these, so whatever. Yeah, Five Nights. Popular, I suppose. It's a fighting game. Pretty sure League of Legends wins by default. Ooh, not as decisively as I thought it would. 7 out of 10. Okay, that is that. It's over. I don't think so, Zap. But honestly, honestly, all of the ones that I got wrong, I probably should have gotten right. Anyway, let's call it here and never talk about this again. Metazua, though. I was almost gonna start another round, but no. I will eat something and then go to bed. Thanks for watching today. My next stream is probably gonna be Beat Saber. Very likely tomorrow, as soon as I wake up. So, thanks for watching. Have a good night and bye bye.